Hi. Hello. Hi. Happy Monday. How are we all today on this beautiful, glorious Monday? Sorry I'm late. There is a reason I'm late, and it is housekeeping related. I am late because literally 30 seconds before I was supposed to do the hit go live button, a delivery for a piece of equipment that I am requiring did appear, and I had to sign for it. It is the heart monitor that I'm now gonna have to wear. I don't have to wear it today, but I have to start wearing it, I think, as of next month. Beginning of next month. So yeah, just in time for me to start stream, but I had to go sign for it really quick, and I was like, doing the dun 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 thing, you know that sound effect? I had to go run and sign for that. So hi, at least it arrived, which is good. Apparently it's expensive, so we'll figure that one out eventually. But what are you gonna do? But hi, Gory, welcome back for 7 months. I hope you enjoy your continued rotational abilities. Also, just like getting us started right away. Happy Monday. Hi. Also, hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator extraordinaire. Today, I worked very hard on trying to get everything arranged for our Secret Santa. I have, in fact, paired everyone up successfully. Don't worry, Rex, you're in the pairings despite not having your thing. And I've contacted already a quarter of the people who are involved. So that's a quarter of them. Oh, Corey, thank you for gifting a sub. That was very kind of you. Did you mean the Sonic drowning music? Huh? Oh, Corey, thank you for gifting a sub to Alloy. That was very kind. If you got gifted, please say thank you. Very kind. Hello. Hi, YouTube chat. Who is saying hello, 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 hello. My subscription, the form, a bit paranoid. Yeah, Hoshi, you're in there. Sylvie, you were in there twice, which is okay. I know we talked about it. That it didn't send you a notification that you entered. You were in there. Don't worry about it. I got everybody in there. There are 43 people, not including me or Rex. So I guess that means there's 45 people who have all joined this, which is crazy, insane, crazy dio. Hello, hello. So I have to contact all 45 people to let them know who they were paired with. I also have to go through and vet to make sure that I'm not pairing somebody with a particular reference that would make it unpleasant or hard for them to draw just based on the things they said they're comfortable with. There were a couple other things I think I checked, but yeah, so we are well in the process of it. So yeah, we love giving. So we're working hard. I'm Sylvie from the Twitch. Hi. Hi. Are people switched over to YouTube today? Is there things going on with Twitch? I've heard there's some miscellaneous Twitch bugs going on. I say as if there aren't always miscellaneous Twitch bugs. Happy with who I got. Excited to see how everyone's will go next month. Yeah, Mad Buns wasn't the first chunk of people who got theirs. I think I was able to give Mad Buns an assignment. I believe Freeform got an assignment. Who else did I get to contact? I think I contacted Enderium for an assignment. Just keep your eyeballs peeled for whatever method of contact you alerted me of in your form. So far it hasn't happened, but I am just waiting. I am waiting to try and wait and see if there is anyone who I can't contact. It hasn't happened yet, and I'm gonna hope it stays that way. But keep your eyeballs peeled for your assignment. I'm gonna get the entire rest of the assignments sent out probably early tomorrow morning. So, yippee! Shroom State Secret Santa is a go! It's happening! I realized something very funny in the process of sending out all of the people who, or sending out all of the contacts to let people know who they were assigned. I realized that because I am the one randomly generating all of the assignments and I'm also participating, that means I know who's drawing for me. However, just because you're drawing for someone does not mean that they are drawing back for you. I think it may have happened on 1 or 2 occasions, but everything was totally random, so you won't have to. That doesn't mean that because you're drawing for me that I'm drawing for you inherently, but it is gonna be really funny. I haven't contacted the person yet who's drawing for me, but I'm gonna have a really funny time contacting them for it. Have to deal with that Squeegee whenever I host Secret Santa. Yeah, it's hard being a host. It is tough. Thought the contact was gonna happen last weekend, was concerned I somehow forgot to sign up. Citizen, what name did you sign up under? Because I don't know if you want to say that out loud. Citizen, I don't know if I saw your name in it. If I'm thinking about it. Unless you didn't sign up under the name of Sanazum, which could be why. Which, don't say what name it was if that's not what your intent was. As Sanazum, I don't know if you signed up. Let me check. Let me check. I have a... Do you know how crazy the prep process is? The prep process involved a spreadsheet. Let me see. Control F. Oh no! Sexism, you did not sign up as far as the form is aware. I don't have one from you. Uh-oh. Oh no. Pulled up maths. I see no math was needed, but I did use Excel to do the randomizing of who was assigned who. Let me just check and see if the form ate you somehow. But oh no. What I thought I did? Guess what? If you do, it'll be okay. If you have to sign up right the second, if you have all your stuff prepared, it'll be okay. I can get you in, don't worry. Since I haven't contacted everyone yet, I can still do a couple of redos. Did the two people I helped get in? I believe so. The two people I saw you talking to in the Discord server are in there. Dia, you're in there for sure. There's a couple of people who I am certain are in here, don't worry. Actually, I can just name through the whole list. Here's the list. Here's who. Well, actually, I don't know if I should do that in case people entered using a name they don't want me to say out loud. Although I don't know why they do that, because I would be telling the person who I gave you your name that you entered with. So I am going to read the names. So the names that were entered were Flux, Freeform, Mad Buns, Iris, Panda, Eraser Cap, Ren, Game Loser, Enderium, Amy, Zany, Fiora, Fia, Jones, Cecil, Striker, Kidith, Marie, Callie, Ina, Emmy, Kaniko, Sylvie, Nilo, Guys, Bonnie, Tori, Nanomino, Sin, Astreus, Petitos, Victoria, Artsy, Joe, Art Fun, Frogsuko, Ame, Karasu, Hoshi, Jazzy, Selma, me, Melofia, and Rex, theoretically. So that's everyone who I have. No one trusts your Google Forms. I know! Why do they do this to me? This is not the first time this has happened. So many people, wow, when you read it like that. Yeah, there's like, I think there's 45 people. I think right now it says 44 because, I think I'm missing one person, but that should be 45 names. Subs say I'm amino now. Hey, guess what? You're now an amino acid. Sylvie? Sylvie is, we actually critiqued Sylvie's model last week. I entered, I'm not on the list? Uh-oh, oh no! Google Forms a few weeks ago ate Tsutsu? Oh my gosh, you're right, wait, hang on. If you're missing, I haven't contacted everyone, but if you're missing, I can give you the form if you want to add yourself right now. It seems like 2 of you are not in it. I don't want any shrooms to be left out. I'll extend it. Wait, is it a new list I have to sign up for? Oh, we're talking about for Secret Santa, not for critiques. This is just for Secret Santa. Sana and Sutsu could be paired. Maybe, but I can just reshuffle the pairings for people who I haven't gone through yet. But yeah, hang on, no shroom left behind. If you were not able to sign up, or if you had signed up already and it just ate you, I guess, here's the form again. The assignments have not all gone out. I've only given a quarter of the assignments, which is why I'm still capable of allowing people in. What are you talking about? We're having a Secret Santa. We're having a creative Secret Santa where the shroommates are creating things for each other. So people are entering by sending in through the Google form that I just sent the reference for a character they would like to be drawn or have something created about, and then also entering themselves as somebody who will be a creator then for someone else. So I'm pairing everybody up right now, is what I'm doing. So let me do, somebody did a stretch earlier. I will stretch, I'll be good. There we go. So now when I get home, just know if my VTuber critiques from ages ago can still access if you somehow got it today. Oh, I'm sure as long as you still have an active account somewhere, your VTuber critique is probably still in there. Potentially. Oh, it's filled out already? Google just didn't submit? Oh no! Oh no! No! Uh-oh. Whoopsie! Well, hang on, let me see. Is anything else missing from the form? Let me... Oh. Me. I didn't put my Discord username in the form, but that's fair. I know who I am. I'll just mark down who I got. I'm not telling you! It's a secret! Oh. That's actually funny who I got. Intriguing. I got a very interesting random assignment as to who I will be doing, which technically means since I got my random assignment, that means that more than half or more than a quarter have been assigned, potentially. Google, please. Let's pretend Moobot is Google. Why would Moobot be Google? What do you mean? Huh? Google being a big meanie and messing up our Secret Santa? Oh, yeah, I guess we could jostle Moobot in honor of jostling Google Forms, who has been known to eat not just VTuber designs, but I guess now also Secret Santa designs. Maybe in the Discord server? I had no idea this was happening. Would I be able to just join or is it closed? I'll allow it. I will allow it. I'll allow you to join. Use the link I just sent in the chat a little bit ago. Go ahead. You can join. I'd rather have no shoemates left behind, is the way that I would like to live. Poor Moobot. Moobot is just sort of the sacrificial, I don't want to say that. That'll start eliciting the reactions of a certain group. Moobot ends up being the sort of the scapegoat quite often. So we'll jostle Moobot, even though Moobot isn't that forgiving and generous monarch of the Shroom State. Oh, I'm so generous and forgiving and actually, I was gonna list a whole bunch of other adjectives, but I was like, I can't do that. I feel bad. I can't say that about myself. You've googly eyes in your hair? Yeah, the better to watch you with. Look. I don't just have 2 eyes. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have them back of my head, like 6 or 7 eyes. It's a lot. All the better to see you with, my pretty. Well, let me access the link because I'm in college. I have to do it when I get home. Oh no, is the college Wi-Fi blocking it? That's unfortunate. +2 from your glasses? I guess so, but now I don't have them. Oh wait, now they're on my face. I don't know if this qualifies as that many. Hope my Secret Santa didn't get eaten. I've been looking forward to doing art. Masked Emerald, I don't know if I saw your name. Did you hear your name when I read through the whole list? Or were you not here yet, maybe? I can read the whole list again. That's a feature I was glad not to know about. You didn't notice my googly eyes? They're everywhere. Oh, just think qualifies as +2 while wearing them. It's where 4 eyes comes from. Oh, okay. I see. I can fill it out if needed. Or if you need to resubmit to the form, you are welcome to resubmit to the form right this now. But let me reread the list of people who are in the list real quick, who successfully submitted prior to me starting stream. The list was Flux, Freeform, Mad Buns, Iris, Panda, Erasercap, Ren, Game Loser, Enderium, Amy, Zany, Fiora, Fia, Joan, Cecil, Striker, Kidith, Marie, Callie, Ina, Emmy, Kaneko, Sylvie, Nilo, Guys, G-U-I-S-E, is how that's spelled, Banny, Toveri, Nanamino, Sin, Astreus, Petitos, Victoria, Artsy, Joe, Artfun, Frogsuko, Ame, Karasu, Hoshi, Jazzy, Selma, Squeiji, Melofia, and Rex Tauti. So if I didn't say your name, there was not a submission for you. Please, pretty please, make sure you hit the submit button. If you did not, if your name was not called, please, before the end of today. If it's not before the end of today, I probably will not be able to get you in because I'm trying to finish sending all of the entries before then. But if your name was not called, here's the form one more time. One final time. One last time. Bam. Last chance. Amaterasu? Joke, because he said Ame, then Terasu. Or, yeah, I think it was Karasu, but yeah, I see what you mean, I see what you mean. Same for Secret Santa, just anxious you'll get to me or not, because I'm prepping my new debut thingy for my streaming. Hope some proper advice, can't wait. For the critique, I will see. I will say there is a pretty long wait, unfortunately, for the critique form, but if you submitted a long time ago, you may be in here at some point that could be potentially soon, maybe. It's somewhat random, but still sorted by entry point in time as far as the actual critiques themselves go. But yeah, so, okay, so that was, I think, actually all of my housekeeping. Oh, and Chakarama reminds me of one of the final things, which is that if you don't think you'll have the time to actively join the Shroom State Secret Santa, or if you end up missing the application time, like today, then if you are looking to do a little good, spread a little kindness and joy in the Shroom State, there is an area in our Discord server, which is the OC or the VTuber showcase area, where if you just want to doodle somebody something as like a little Christmas gift, if you would like, you are welcome to do so. That will make somebody's day for sure if you want to create something for them. So that was my suggestion that I'd made in our announcement today, in just the announcements area. So go for it. I'd love to join, but alas, do not trust my health to be up to the task. I hope your health is improving steadily. But yeah, ideas, yeah. So if you'd like to still do something without the stress or the pressure of there being a deadline, you are still welcome to give little gifts in the server if you are feeling so inspired. How long is the wait now for the critique forum? Always wanted to send one. Ooh, makes the funny little tube noise. Ooh. So, in the critique forum, to talk about a different form, just real quick, let me see. Technically, right now, we did end up cutting the critique forum significantly. I removed over 500 submissions. 500 submissions! Because the VTubers they were associated with were just not findable on the internet, unfortunately, because they either have graduated already, or maybe they've completely rebranded to a degree that means that I was not able to find them, whether by reverse image search or by name or anything like that, which, yeah, it is very sad every time I hear it, but it doesn't have to be sad. VTubing isn't necessarily for everyone, so I'd imagine a number of those fellas, you know, got in here, were dipping their toes in, and just figured, hey, I don't enjoy this. This isn't fun for me. It takes more work than is enjoyable. And that's fine. That's a-okay. Do move on from VTubing if it's not something that sparks joy for you. And I will say a number of the other ones do also vanish because they don't really receive maybe the welcome that they were hoping to. They don't really manage to, or don't enjoy the slow process that is trying to build a community and trying to build up, you know, your account in that way. It can take a long time. So there's potentially another reason why people may be leaving and therefore vacating the forum. So currently, I'm not even done going through the forum to remove fellas who are completely inactive or unfindable on the internet. I think I only am up through, there's a number that I've hit, which is like 200, but there's still 700 submissions in the forum. So it's gonna be a little while, Ringo, which I am sorry about. If you are looking for quicker critiques, every once in a while, we do paid critiques on stream for charity. Not often, but that's usually why we're doing paid critiques on stream. But we also just do random critiques on stream sometimes too, where I have a redeem, or like I'll give you a number where if you say it on those days, I can, we'll randomly grab somebody and we'll do that also. Hope I'll be in there somehow since I submitted mine like, what's almost a month back? If it was a month ago, you're probably up near the 700. You may have a little while. We're getting to people right now who I think had submitted like 9 months ago. If you are in more immediate need of critique, I do paid critiques that are not on stream, but there's also a 1 to 2 month wait for those, which I am very blessed to have so much interest in the critiques, but there is a lot of fellas to get to, and I don't believe in like doing line skips. I don't believe in being paid more for expedition and stuff like that because that feels unfair to me. Just because somebody can't afford it does not mean they aren't deserving of getting to have their design reviewed by me in a timely manner. So I just go in order forever. Are you making content? So I like to send my design anyway, just for fun? Yeah, that's what a lot of VTubers do. A lot of VTubers send a current design, or just like artists in general. I look at character designs too. What is a VTuber if not just a flavor of character design? But they'll send me whatever their current design looks like, and then take whatever feedback I give towards maybe like a redesign, a 2.0, another outfit, or something of the likes, you know? Yeah, and then also the other way that we're gonna see today, we're gonna start with one today, if you are looking to get a character design critique, is, sadly I don't have any way I can offer this on YouTube, but on Twitch, via channel point redeem. 50,000 channel points will get you a skip the line, and the Shrewmates save up fervently for those skip the lines. We're actually starting today with the skip the line, as I think we've done for the last like 3 or 4 weeks. I think we've hit a point in time where a lot of the Shrewmates who had started saving are hitting 50k right about now. I'm interested. I wonder if it was like an over the winter, like last winter, that people started saving and are managing to get it now. I don't quite know how many hours it actually takes to reach that 50k spores or channel points and stuff, but yeah. Oh man, when I first submitted last year, August, I was in the 700s originally. Riruku, I'll tell you that, I mean, technically we already critiqued your design, so your design, technically, it's in the forum still, and we still haven't reached you for your original submission. So this is a while. Is a while. Mad Buns, that's a really funny take. It can take a while, but gambling helps. Already getting close to their 50k despite using my points in August. That's crazy. If you guys are good at saving, then you will get there sooner, potentially. Sometimes I know Tsusu V1 would have gotten better points, and then my cousins took DNA tests that shook the whole family. Oh my god, is that what the drama was? Oh god. But you can still take some of the things from Tsutsu, like layering and color choices and stuff like that, and apply them to new Tsutsu, maybe, if you would like. Being subbed at any point helps a little, and I've gotten gifted a sub, but mostly catch the Monday streams if that. Ah, I see. I see. Oh, Inti, thank you for resubscribing. I'm sorry I missed it. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back for 2 months. Taking me a lot of lurking to get enough points to skip. Was considering redeeming a skip today. Oh, Auto Nevermore. That is a crazy first time chat. Welcome. Hi. Thank you for lurking. Let me know. Let me know if you're submitted in the form. We're starting with a skip the line today. That is powerful. That is a powerful first chat. I love the first chats where it's like a reveal that you've been here for a very long time. Because I know there's a lot of you and I appreciate you all being here. But there's a part of me that feels bad that I don't know like names and stuff. So I always just assume that people who show up as first time chats, I'm like, I'm sure you've been here. Been watching your VODs on YouTube a lot. They've been really inspiring. Thank you. I'm glad you find them that way. I hope they were helpful. Gonna weep? No, don't weep. No need for weeping. It'll be okay. Aura has been farmed and harvested. Yeah. People asking about the Gamba. Yeah, we Gamba during the critiques to see how many I get through. Because I am sometimes kind of consistent and sometimes not. So you can bet against me or bet in favor of me. And maybe that will benefit you in terms of getting to skip the line, as I guess it did for Mad Buns. What about Squeiji Bingo? Squeiji Bingo is also one of the things that we'll use as a Gamba also, sometimes. We can decide what we want to do today. I'm gonna eat a veggie straw that I've been holding in my hand for probably about 10 to 29 minutes. Hey, shroommates, make sure you're getting your vegetables, I say. Eating a snack that is just made of potato, even though it brands itself to be healthier than it is. They're still good. They're still good. I finally have another snack in the room. Aye, aye, Captain. Ooh. Let's see, do I have any other housekeeping to do before we get started? Don't know. I don't think I do, but if anything comes to me, I will let you know. Oh, well, hang on. You know what I've been failing to do? If I don't take roll while I'm on this screen, I need to set this up as like a thing in the future. If I haven't taken roll, if I don't take roll on this screen, and I switch to the next screen, forever from now on, jingle keys at me, please, and yell at me, because if I don't do it on this screen at the very beginning, I'm going to forget. And I don't want to forget. No shroommates left behind, as I said before. I don't want to forget. So we're gonna take roll now. We're taking roll early in class today, so I'm giving you guys permission to pester me if I forget. So if you would like to check in for class, you can either say here in the YouTube chat, or in Twitch chat, you can use our 1-point channel point redeem to say that you are here. If you don't want me to call your name, use the quiet here, but I will call your name if you say here. Let me see who is here for class today. Scroll back in time. Let's see. Beginning of today? Striker, did you play sound effects when I wasn't even live yet? Were you guys just playing sound effects earlier before I started, or was it in the starting student screen? Okay, so I see Mad Buns, Ultra Squid, Chokorama, Hoshi, Ocnus, Edward, Bug, Southern Lights, who is Star, Dia, Fiora. Dia Fiora, I keep calling you Dia, but I think you go by Fiora. So let me know if which part of that you go by. Sanizum, Striker, Refracted Fluff, Rex, Sparrow, Nilo, Thimble Stitch, Fern, Nanomino, Moon Bunny, Fia, Mantvert, Seasonal Sage, Cotton Candy Floss, Luansin, the Melofia, Scroll Up, Karma Chaos, Real Art Fun. Sorry, I usually just call you Art Fun, but I forgot just right there. I'm reading too quick. Fia, Nyabari, Vixenfield, Knife Wife, Balisong, Ringo, Corey, Alto Nevermore, Amber, Holy Bananas, Masked Emerald, Pandora Vera, Latho, Damon Arashi, Nomoko, Almantas, I see that you're here also spinning my head. I guess that is another way that you particularly specifically can do roll if you like. YouTube chat. I see Fruity Rocks. Not a mouse can draw. Bashful Vixen, Game Loser, Haunted Butter, Yorkio, Tome, Snowfall in a Cup, Teddy Bear, Void Eclipse. Hi. Anyways, hello. I've been perceived. I am perceiving all of you, but I'm only perceiving you with one eye at a time. Blink, blonk. Blink, blonk. Weep, wop. Love how your streams on in the background while working on my future biases in general, because I learned a lot from you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Serena. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm sorry I'm on fire while I'm thanking you, but I can't help it. But thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm happy I can provide some nice background noise. Almond spotted. Al, did you see when I did the little doodle of you for drawing you from memory that I put an almond with you as your associated item? I can't think of you without thinking of almonds now. Half the associated items were like very silly also. Hi, totally not Callie, who is totally definitely not Callie under any circumstances. Good that I'm not allergic to almonds. That would suck. That would be difficult if you were allergic to almonds. That would be well and truly disturbing. If I was allergic to mushrooms, that'd be a problem too. Please, knock on wood, can I just not develop out of all the funny new allergies I pick up? Can I just not get a mushroom allergy? That'd be really cool. Hang on, one yap before I do other things I have to do to set us up to stream. Jubby was really excited. They bought a new beverage. They were really excited about it. They went to, this sounds interesting. Jubby went to a gun show yesterday with their dad. They're looking for a gun for skeet shooting. Because they and their dad like do that together. So for like sports hunting, not like, I swear to you, Joby is not like a one of those people. But so they went to a gun show yesterday, and on the way home, they like picked up a beverage that Joby's dad is very into, and it is an Arizona new flavor. Imagine though if Joby was a gun nut. They'd fit right in with most of my family if they were. Joby likes guns. They think they're cool, but I wouldn't say they're a nut. And Joby is somebody who I trust to hold one and also does not feel the need to have 12. But yeah, new Arizona flavor. Yeah, new in quotes. I don't know if it's truly new, but it's somewhat new. So they're really excited. They're telling me about it on the phone. They're like, I'm gonna stop and pick up a bunch of them just so that we can try them. Sounds lovely. Exciting. Gets home and is like, hey, EG, look at these. These are called, they're like lime. I think it's apple lime Ricky. It's what it's called. As an Arizona flavor. And I was like, oh, okay, that's exciting. That sounds really good. Can I try some? And Joby, who is taking a sip immediately as I'm like trying to reach for it, does like a very goofy, puts hand in my face and is like, I have just noticed you can't have any. I was like, what do you mean I can't have any? You told me you were buying some so you could share. Why are you not sharing? And Joby was like, I looked at the ingredients and it is mango concentrate in it. No! Why? Why does something that's called apple lime Ricky contain mango concentrate? Are you kidding me? If you're unaware, I'm allergic to mangoes. Like, significantly allergic to mangoes. Evil! 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 Having an allergy that people don't commonly list as like an allergen is so dangerous because things just like will not list anywhere clearly that they contain mango sometimes. They'll be branded as being totally other fruit flavored. And then there's just mangoes in it for no good reason. Why do you need mango in your apple lime Ricky? What is a Ricky? What makes the lime so Ricky? But yeah, it's scary. It's happened to me before where I can't drink almost any cold beverage at Starbucks. I can't drink because most of them have mango in them somehow, even if they don't list mango as a flavor. So Billy once gave me a sip of a drink and I was like, oh, it's good. It was like a raspberry thing. Take a sip. Immediately my mouth is swelling. Awful, terrible, horrible. Ricky is the name of the mango. They named that mango Ricky, and it is spelled that way. It's spelled R-I-C-K-Y. It's not R-I-K-I. Why mango and raspberry? Great freaking question. I think it might just be cross-contamination, but awful, evil, terrible, horrible. Not a good time. This is for me with cherries. It's everywhere. Oh man, yet imagine a cherry allergy is probably like similarly rough. God. Some friends were allergic to nuts and some who are allergic to oats, and I do not do a good job keeping track of which milk to use in baking. Oh God, that is difficult. That is hard. Apple's the egg substitute. Oh no! Oh man, I do love doing that. I love using applesauce as an egg substitute, but no! Apple allergy! Terrible. It's so rough. It's so hard trying to make things. I commend you for trying to make things to be safe for your friends to consume, but man, Thanksgiving, the holiday which does occur this week, is a holiday in which I usually have to some degree, pack my own food for. As kind of sad as that is. I don't have that many allergies. But man, if the cross-contamination doesn't get me, it's enough that like I am not taking any risks. Europe, we just got straight up lactose-free cow milk. Why even use nut water? I mean, we have lactate milk, which is not lactose-free, but it's how do I explain this? Like, the enzyme is already broken down, so your body doesn't have to break it down. It's already broken down into lactase, which is why it's called lactaid, I believe. Potentially. That's how that works, right? I think that's how that milk is. So that way you can process it in your body if you are lactose intolerant. So I feel like that almost might be the best solution nowadays, which that's the milk I grew up drinking. The only reason I drink almond milk now is because it's way cheaper. It's so much cheaper. Lactaid is expensive. Also in the US, alcoholic beverages are exempt from listing allergens for some insane reason. I knew that. Don't ask me why I know that, but I've had some experiences. I don't really drink much in the way of alcohol anyways, but if you would imagine, beers and wines like to put miscellaneous fruits and other things in and then not tell you about it. Yeah, weird and dangerous in every way, shape, and form. Awful. Evil. Terrible. I'm not a litmus test. If you need to know if mango is in something, I'll touch it to my tongue and I can tell you within like 30 seconds. Because they just don't tell you. They don't tell you! In New York City, almond milk is literally 25% as expensive as cow milk. Yeah, almond milk is the most affordable milk for me to buy where I live right now, which is not New York City, but East Coast. It's the cheapest one. You can buy oat milk, but it ends up being really runny if you don't spend more on it. But yeah, I am the mango detector. We joke whenever we go on vacation or stay with friends or anything, we joke that I'm the mold detector, which I guess is kind of a mushroom adjacent allergy for me to have. I'm allergic to black mold. If it's like aerating in the air, I get allergy symptoms like you get from like leaves and stuff, or not leaves, from pollen from it, where I just get like eyeball itchy, nose runny, throat a little scratchy within a couple of like an hour or so of being in that area. So whenever we visit friends and I'm in their house for like an hour and suddenly I'm starting to have symptoms, I'm like, you got black mold somewhere. It's somewhere in your house. I can tell you it's here. At least you'll never unknowingly get black mold poisoning. Hey, guess why I'm allergic to mold? It's because I got black mold poisoning. I developed a mold allergy immediately following being allergic to black mold. I'm the least lucky person on planet Earth. None of this sounds real, but yeah, when I was in college, there was a black mold outbreak in the air ducts of my dorm because they didn't air condition the dorm rooms all summer, and then on move-in day, they cranked it and it made all the humidity condensate up in the air ducts, and then suddenly there was a crap ton of mold growing up in there, so everyone was getting super exposed to it. So I and a couple other people on my floor all got mold poisoning. It was bad. My eye swelled shut. It was awful. But you better bet, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I had an eye swollen shut because of it. From the allergy. I developed like pink eye or something from it. Because like, it, I guess, got in my eye or something? Not great. Not good. Sounds like a lawsuit, except for the fact that the school wouldn't actually let us test the room other than using their person to test the room, who was an alumni from the school, and the person who tested the room said there was no evidence of mold in there, even though we could see the mold growing out of our vent. Evil, terrible, awful, bad time. Just want to be over with. But let me tell you, with my eyeball swollen shut, You better bet I still went to organic chem lab. Awful. I stayed with a friend who lived off campus for the 2 weeks it took for them to like clean all that stuff out, because like they were aware something was wrong, so they were cleaning. But I stayed with a friend for a while. I slept on her couch, slept, and I still went to my organic chem lab with my eyeball swollen shut. And my professor was like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "I appreciate that you're still here," but he's like, "You can't do lab like that." He's like, "Can you see?" I was like, yeah, I can see. I'll be okay. I only need one eye for that. I was determined to not let it impact my grade. Got that organic happening right in your eye. I know I should have been the lab subject for the day. Man, awful. Same thing happened to me. The black mold got into my clothes. Oh my god. Awful. Bad. Terrible. But I did survive it. I got an injury on campus once. The teacher said I could go to the ER and they'd pay for it. Guess what they didn't do? I'd imagine not. I would imagine they wouldn't. Really, under any circumstances. So, man. Bro, you're fungi. Mushrooms are fungi. Same with mold. Well, see, not all things in the fungi kingdom get along. Molds do grow on other fungi and do damage them. And I can identify and detect molds. If I come into your house and I have those symptoms within like an hour, I'll let you know. You got black mold somewhere. Astrium, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Is he gonna detect black molds unlike JK? JK Rowling? Did she get mold poisoning? Also? God. Mushrooms, cannibals confirmed. EG cannibal confirmed? No! Once again, we go over this often. We talk about this so often. I literally just deleted the graphic that explains how distantly related I am to other mushrooms. The only mushrooms that it would be cannibalism for me to eat are other Caprinus comatus mushrooms, because that's what species I am. I'm Caprinus comatus. I'm the shaggy inky cap. It'd be a little weird if I ate other inky cap species, although as I've actually learned, I technically am not that closely related to them. But me eating other mushrooms is like you eating like chickens or cows or other mammals. You are much closer related to a pig and a cow than I am to pretty much all of the mushroom kingdom, other than things that are directly like cousins of mine, phylogenetically. And me trash goblins, thank you for following. I appreciate it. It reminds me to contact the landlord, as there's black mold in my bathroom since the drain's a few millimeters above the floor. Guess what that leads to? I can imagine what that leads to. That's not good. But promise me you'll get that taken care of, please. That's not good. Oh man. Let me eat the other venti straw in my hand. Was I supposed to do anything else before I put us into being on topic? Look, we did still do our honorary 45 minutes of yap. I saw, this is like something I witnessed recently on Twitter that I thought was really funny, was that there is, how do I put it? Like a complaint happening about certain VTubers, mostly corporate ones, where people are having trouble with their chats, getting annoyed that they like yap for too long at the beginning of stream, or like trying to get them to start a game or something. And I saw all of this going on Twitter and I was like, that's so like funny to me. Why are you watching a VTuber or a streamer if you don't want to hear them talk? Why are you there? Like, what are you doing? Some of my favorite VTubers who I will listen to if I just need something to put on in the background are the fellas who will start stream with an hour-and-a-half yap because, like, it's just fun. I like hearing what they're up to. I get to get a broader understanding of the world and crawl out from under the rock I live under to hear a little bit about what's out there. But it's just silly to me. Yeah, why don't they like personality? I don't know. But it's so funny. So I'm glad that we don't mind the app. We like the app, and I know people feel bad or like a little bit sad when they miss the EG app. That's how the app goes. Learn about the inner strangeness of the VTuber. Grimmy et al. Yeah. Just show up an hour late to yap. Yeah, like if you're worried about, if you don't want to listen to the yap, just show up like an hour in. If you know that is usually how long they yap for. That's about how long I yap for. Usually the first 45 to an hour is just me talking at length about whatever nonsense I want. Today was medical nonsense and allergies, which I think came out of Almontas rotating my head. I think that was the tangent that we ended up on, but who knows? Some days we talk about the amount of teeth we have, some days we talk about cetaceans. You'll learn something, I'm sure. Imagine showing up to a VTuber stream to watch the VTuber. Insane! Crazy Dio! Every stream is just half chatting. I mean, what is my whole stream if not chatting? I always stream in the just chatting category because 90% of what I do is mostly just speak. I don't shut up. I just say things. Not a Grimmy stream if she starts playing the game before the 3rd hour of yapping. And we love to see it. We love to see it. It's so powerful. Honestly, I feel like some of the best streamers are the people who have that yapping power. Is this the thing we're doing right now? Yes, we are doing that right now. We are doing the extended yap right now. But if a streamer can just yap for 3 hours straight, that means that they don't need outside feedback or game or something like that to find some way to be interesting. It means that they have, you know, workshopped how to communicate, how to have conversations. They practice doing it just with themselves. They are, you know, paying attention to their chat, some mayhaps. All good skills to have in this industry. Squiiji yapnings take out-of-pocket tangents. What was my most out-of-pocket tangent? What is my most out-of-pocket tangent I've had? I feel like I've had a couple of odd ones. Ads. That's okay. I'm sorry you were stuck in ads. I won't move on without you. True than how to hold a conversation. Exactly. Exactly. Are we thinking? Pay attention to chat. E.g. would never. I pay attention to chat. I miss some things, but my chat's generally not so fast that I miss everything. I will miss things. If I miss something, our chat is slow enough that if you go, hey, G, you missed this, I'll go, whoopsie, sorry, and I'll come back for you, but don't worry. Just teasing? Yeah. Rich grandparents and the Star Wars mask. See, that's a good one. I have a whole YouTube short / TikTok about that. Retro games sometimes. We've talked about retro games extendedly. Sometimes, yeah. But I don't know if that one's out of pocket. The rich grandparents is out of pocket, often. They do strange things. Oh, final yap for this week, maybe also is, I mean, I guess I could talk about this on Wednesday, but stream schedule for this week, because that is technically kind of related to what we're doing, which is housekeeping and, you know, explaining what's going on this week. So, Wednesday, we are going to do Shroomsgiving. We're all going to draw together in Magma and create little dishes we can provide for the Shroom State Shroomsgiving. So we're gonna draw some food, mayhaps, which I think will be cute. And then I'm going to put all of it on a table and we can talk about what we are thankful about. Because for as much as Thanksgiving is kind of like I don't want to say like a sham holiday, has no positive historical backing, and it's mostly a lie. It is still something we can use as a good opportunity to remember to be thankful for things, to look fondly upon all the things we have worked hard for and the things that have turned out well for us. We can reflect and we can share some positivity on Wednesday. So I'm not live on Thursday, even though I normally would be live Thursdays, because Thursday is the day of the giving of thanks. That is the Thanksgiving. And then Friday, normally I would have a Friday stream, but I will not this week because not only will we still be with family, Joby is scheduled to become an uncle on Friday, so we don't know if we'll be meeting the kid on Friday, or maybe Saturday, but just in case, I'm not scheduling us because that's like cool and important and we're not going to miss that. Yeah. Also, I learned UNC does not mean uncle. That's not what it refers to. It means uncool. That's not what it means. But yeah, congrats to Joby. I am not legally related to that family yet, so technically I don't get any title out of it, but yeah. It means ugly. Yeah, unk means ugly or uncool. It doesn't mean uncle. Nope. Joby's students explained it to them, which is why I know this. So I'm happy I can let all of you guys know all the hip, cool lingo that the kiddies use these days. Feel weird when referred to as an aunt? Yeah, we gotta figure out what I'll be called. We gotta figure out what that means, what I'll be called. Unk means old? I mean, it probably means uncle via usage, and people probably do use it that way now, but that, I don't think was its origin, theoretically. Oh, Snowcat, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Only seen it to be used to be mean to a man over 30. Well, would you guess that children are often mean to and think that people over the age of sometimes even just 20, but 30 are uncool, unfortunately. Not knowing what unk means is very unk thing. I feel like we should reclaim unk and be all happy with being able to be uncles. Had no idea it meant that. See, I'm sorry I had to tell you all. 5 years later from my nephew coming about, I'm still trying to work out a good non-binary way of saying aunt or uncle. I know, I think I'm just gonna have them call me by my name, probably. Like, I can just be cool and just be called that, because we had uncles and aunts growing up that we didn't use a title for, and it wasn't like seen as disrespectful. We just called them by their name. So, maybe. Don't know. Squiiji initiative to redefine unk. Yeah, let's go. Let's redefine it. Arrow Ace. Hey, I'm also Ace. I'm not Arrow, but I am Ace. Yippee. There's a lot of non-binary in Ace Shroom State, or Shroomates in the Shroom State. Oh, I don't have glasses. Fumanka, thank you for following. I appreciate it. If I said your name wrong, I have t-shirt debuff, and I'm so sorry, and you are welcome to tell me how to say it right. As an Asian person, crazy to call an elder relative by name. Fair, but as an Italian, that's totally normal. Italians go around calling each other often just by last name if it's somebody who is not immediate family, which I guess is kind of a respect thing, maybe, but not always. But like, my family's very normal about not going by titles or anything and going by names. Uncle is what if we call my friend towards one friend's child? Uncle. That's interesting. I don't know that one. So you did miss something I did ask for a bit of advice on, but I'll re-say it here real quick for a moment. Yeah, sorry. I will miss a couple of things, but I will try and come back for them. Eventually. If you say it again. I'm not always the quickest with every single thing. I ended up calling my maternal great-grandfather Bubba for some reason, because I couldn't pronounce grandpa when I was a kid. Hello, parent, sibling. See, I'm not even parent sibling to this kid. I am parent sibling's partner. Which I guess I could call me. Parent sibling partner. In the middle of typing that, it's okay. But, I will say, hey, just like life hack, if you want to prevent your family from falling prey to AI phone calls, don't call your grandparents grandma and grandpa. Give them a more unique title, because my grandmom gets saved all the time by the fact that we don't call her, like, grandmom or anything. We have specific names for all of them. We're like, their names aren't... It's not their first name. It's just a different name that we, for some reason, came up with, which I don't really know how or why we did that. I'm a PSP? Hell yeah, the PSPEG. That's my name. That's what this kid will call me. Hang on, so what'd you say, Snowfall? Too many refs for the OC in the document. Still struggling with proper design. Best way to debut my OC to make it... I mean, with all the refs first if you don't get to it, or best to wait for the advice you give in the design before I debut. Anxious hitting my 500 follower special soon. Really want it to be a good accomplishment. Worried not debuting a model might rep with my small community event unless I save it for later, so I'm really not sure how to feel about it. Here's the thing. If you have something that you've created that you are ready to show off, I think you'd said before that it was a PNG tuber. Go for it. Do it. If it's already a PNG tuber, because thankfully with a PNG tuber, to redo, to make a new PNG tuber or have someone else make a new one for you, it's not as expensive, it's not as much as an investment, and sometimes it's just better to hit the ground running like that. I don't want to be the one holding you up in terms of debuting or something like that. Yeah. Just do it. Go for it. And, you know, I'll get to yours eventually at some point, and then, you know, if I have feedback for it, that might be good to apply to a 2.0, which if you're worried about your community, you can then get them excited about, hey, look, we did a 2.0 design. Look at these upgrades. Look how shiny and new and fresh I am. And then that forms an event also, right? So that would be my advice there. Haven't talked to... Truce? Oh, truces. I see. What was the other one? Hang on. I saw something else that I was going to read. In Denmark, we have 3 ways to say aunt. One for father sibling, one for mother sibling, and one for the uncle's partner. Whoa. Interesting. Intriguing. We just have one, which does get very confusing, I guess. But here, it has been an hour. I'm gonna eat a final veggie straw and then move us into getting things done. Nope, wrong room. Hang on. Ah! Let's go play twice. Hi, now we're in the room. We're in the room where it happens. Is that a Hamilton reference? I don't actually know what that's from. Anyways, here is my rubric that we use for character design critiques. That way we may attempt to be as unbiased and objective as possible when we talk about character designs. Because what are VTubers if not characters? At the end of the day. So, when we look through and grade VTuber designs, we are usually doing so based on these 5 categories, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. I can also award bonus points at the end. Rubric time, yeah. Can I see some rubrics cubes in the chat? Can we celebrate the rubric with some rubrics cubes? That's really a tongue twister. Rubrics cube, say that 4 times fast out loud and see how hard that is to say. But for color palette, in order to get full points, the color palette should be cohesive and visually interesting. The contrast should work at a distance, and the color placement should support the focal point. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if I just think the hues and values need to be completely revisited from the ground up. What is this emote? It's my rubric as a cube, and they're spinning it, as we like to do. Silhouette! In order to get full points for silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic, some lovely classic blue fellas. Part of the reason why those designs are so iconic and so easily recognizable is the strength of their silhouette. So we should be aiming for silhouettes that are as distinct and iconic as those guys. So, conversely, if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or exhibits ladder design, or just needs much more definition, no points. E.g., can we have a bingo? We'll do bingo after I finish reading. We'll get bingo up after. Iconic. I'm saying it like that on purpose because it sounds fun. Oh, Panda4, huh? Thank you for following. I appreciate it. So, for complexity versus clarity, in order to get full points, the level of detail should be appropriate for the medium you are working in. So, the level of detail can vary depending on whether you are, or that is appropriate rather, can vary based on whether you are 2D or 3D or PNG tuber, so we'll discuss that in sort of context of whatever it is that we're looking at. But all the details present should support the focal point and be specific to the concept. I should be able to turn your design into a cute little marketable plush without removing all of the elements that make you identifiably you. So then, you will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if I just can't make you into a cute little marketable plushie. Because what is the point of being a VTuber or having a character if you're not gonna get a plushie made of it someday? Come on! Come on! Aspire to have cool merch! I want it for you! Why is my screen flickering? Is it flicker? Do you guys see it flickering? Why is it doing that? It doesn't normally do that. Every once in a while it does this, but I don't know why it's doing it right now. Please stop flickering. I'm begging you. Please. I see it flickering. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that it calms down. I hope it cools it. It was flickering. No, come on. My guy. I don't know what it is that makes it not work sometimes. Gary's Sing Redeem is gone. Let me test if Gary is working again, and then I will reinstate it after I finish the rubric, potentially. Machinery? What? Amber, I'm not reading the first word of that. So, for focal point, in order to get full points, the primary focal point, which is the face, should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face first, and then visually explore the rest of the design. So, the face is the primary focal point, the eyes especially, because the eyes are the window to the soul, and the face is how we form a connection with any kind of character we are looking at via their expressiveness. You can have secondary focal points like other parts of the body, wink wonk, the assets, all of those things. But that shouldn't be primary. So, You will get no points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements, unfortunately. And then finally, concept and motifs. To get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be identified visually, alone. So that means that I should be able to determine your personality, your intended color palette, your aesthetic style, your fashion sense, your occupation, your species, or other similar traits just by looking at you. Maybe not all of them, but maybe many of them if possible. Oh, I see it flickering, I see it flickering. Ooh. I'll relaunch, 'cause I think it's the hand that does it. So you'll get no points for concept and motifs if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. If the motifs are not supportive of the concept or over or under executed also. So, there we go. Let me close my hand, because I think that is the thing that causes the flickering, and I'll reopen it just to see if that fixes it, but it just happens every once in a while, infrequently, and I don't know what brings it about. So you're gonna watch my hand do something weird for a second. Let's see if that fixed it. Let's see if it stops now. Pay attention, yell at me again if it comes back. Potentially, maybe. There we go, okay, got this. TTS is still not working according to VTS Pog Discord. No. Let me just try. Gary, do you have anything to say about this? Correct, it's still not working. Come on! Hey! I am not happy about that, okay. Yeah, VTS Pog is still down, unfortunately, so Gary is continuing his vow of silence, unfortunately. He's deep in meditation, he's trying to reach a state of zen, and I guess last Friday was not enough for him to reach it, which, honestly, I can't blame him. 4 days alone is not enough time. Yeah, he's on vocal rest. He's been doing too much singing, he's gotta conserve his voice. So we'll let him be for now, unfortunately. Strong but silent shroom, yeah. He's pretending to be aloof, he's pretending to be uncaring. He's like, I don't need to dignify that with a response. That's not how Gary sounds, but you know what I mean. Oh, wait, I had one other thing to say. I should have thanked everyone because Friday, just real quick, Friday was the Uma Musume tournament that I was in. I was so happy to see so many of you guys in the chat all the way through the tournament, cheering everybody on with the glue sticks. It was so cute. I was so happy. Every time the glue sticks would show up on screen, I'd be like, oh, shoe meets. I was very excited. My team, just as the announcement if somebody was able to make it, my team was in the second heat. We sadly didn't podium in the first two races, I think, or no, that's not true. So Peralto got third, I think, in the first race, and then we didn't finish in the top 3 for the second race, which kind of goofed us up. But then, the third race, it was a tie for the 2 other teams we were against. They were tied. So then we were having a tiebreaker. And wouldn't you know it, who comes running up late surger out of the back? But me, my Rudolph. And my Rudolph stole victory from my own teammate also, but we took first and second for the last race there. She ate that. Yeah, she annihilated. She did fantastic. So I took first. So Peralto's Marzensky took second, and then I don't know who took third, but the person who took third ended up being the team that advanced. Oh, she was paced during that race. Never mind, but she just got, I think she got her unique skill. Yeah, is there a VOD to watch? Yeah, I believe there's a Twitch VOD for it. Let me grab it just so you can have it, and then I'll move us on. But the other thing I wanted to say was that, oh, that's not the place I wanted to go, was that if you were there, I did a very brief interview at the start of that stream, or not the start of the stream, but right before my team went up, and I said a curse word. So, for those of you who've never heard me curse, well, that's the only place you'll see it. That's the only place it exists. You'll find it there, I guess. Let me find Chryselia's channel. I believe she has a VOD for it. It may play a noise because I am... Oh, don't play noises, please. Pause that. Perfect. Let me see videos. I'll grab it. Gasp. Yeah, guess what curse word I said? Actually, don't say curse words in the chat. Don't guess, actually. Hang on. Oh, why is the recent broadcasts? I have one from 10 days ago. Where's the recent broadcast that was the event? Hello? Are they just in opposite order? What? I can't find it. Ow, don't bonk me. Squiiji swearing punishment. I can't find it. The rare 3-letter curse word, which Weaver, were you there? Do you know what it was? I can't find it. For some reason, I can't see any VODs of Chrysalia's that were newer than 7 days ago, but it was on Friday. I wonder if the VOD got taken down for some reason. No, but I'm good at guessing. Yeah, it was. It was a 3-letter word. Rip VOD. I don't know where it is. No! What happened? I'm actually so sad about that. Darn it. I'll keep an eye out if it comes back. And take down the VOD because you're cursing during your interview. Fellas, I don't believe that could ever be the case. There was way more cursing that went on in that stream that wasn't by me. But that does make me sad. What the heck? I wonder if Cresselia said anything about it. Well, check out, because it says that their most recent stream was 7 days ago, which is not true. At all. Rip. Hang on. Ryan, make sure EG sees. Where is he at? Wanted EG to know if you got more recent submissions because the one in the thumbnail is old. Oh, Astrium. You're one of the fellows in the thumbnail? Let me see. Oh, yeah, Astrium, I think I do have your most recent one. Is this one your most recent one? Maybe, potentially? If it's not when we get here, we can find your most recent one, perhaps. Rudolph Sweep is lost media. It's not, because I could show you it if I booted up Uma Musume, because I saved the race. I do still have it. Nope, this is the old one. No! Oh, no! Okay, let me see. If I search for Astrium... Astrium, I don't think you submitted under the name of... Oh, wait, 'cause it's under... I only have one submission from you under that name. This is the old one. I think the form is still eating people. Rainy Weekend? There's only one submission under the name of Rainy. And I see that it's your... Whoa. Submission, but the only one I have is this one. Yeah, no, I don't have another one, unfortunately. So that's my alt. That's okay, don't worry about it, but I don't have any other submissions that are under the name of Rainy. There's no other submission in the form that says Rainy, unfortunately. Also, I somehow accidentally typed a bunch of numbers in the beginning of the form. Which I didn't want to do. There we go. If you send something in the form, you are 4th today. So if you send something in the form to update it, you are welcome to in the meantime, and I'll grab you to that point, mayhaps. If that is okay. Just because I can't find it otherwise, and you're not the first person. Can I send it to live suggestions? Yes, you could! You can! Absolutely, yeah, go for it. Just make sure you include any updated detail if the lore has changed or anything. Go for it. But, we're gonna get started with our first one, which is a skip the line for today. So, Sparrow, you're here, right? I think I saw you earlier. I feel like I remember saying your name when I was doing roll. I believe. Jump scared by a horror ad. Good God, why do they do that? I hate getting horror ads. Oh, there you are. I see you. Hi, Sparrow. I'm gonna wait 27 seconds to read everything about you, so that way the ad fellas know what's going on. I don't want to leave them behind. But we can just observe you for the time being. Let me go like that, so we can observe you full size. I'll munch crunch in the meantime. Will there be predictions say? Oh, wait, you're so right. Hang on. Here I am, forgetting again. Yeah, we'll do bingo. And bingo, what's their name? Oh, B-I-N-G-O. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us some to Cotton Candy Floss. Showmates, can we rotate for Edward, please? Pretty please, pretty please. I've not got enough rotation today. There we go, here's bingo. Play bingo. First Squiiji bingo and Gamba. Welcome into the Squiiji experience, the Squiiji Monday experience. Our Mondays are very consistent. So yeah, join us for a little bingo if you want. Bam, bingo was his name-o. And then we'll do Gamba today? What do we want to gamba over today? Do we want to gamba about whether or not, how many designs I get through, which is the usual, or do we want to mix it up a little bit and gamba about whether or not I get bingo? Because the bingo is a truly random outcome. Bingo? Say a word. Say a word in the chat about which one you want. Mad Buns already said bingo. So there may be some strong feelings about doing it about the bingo, about mixing things up. We'll see. 203. That's... Oh, you're counting. Bingo? Bingo? Bingo. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Let's go with bingo? Okay, I think we're going with bingo. A word. Okay, I'll accept that, Nilo. You did exactly what I said. Thank you. Prediction. So, we're gonna predict... Will EG win bingo? Of course. No. I gotta make sure that I don't accidentally screw up the time this time too, because I think I goofed up what the time was the last time. You know what's funny? I think putting a hashtag in my title on YouTube has impacted something, which is kind of funny. Whoops, that's not where that goes. Hang on, I gotta set up the YouTube poll before I hit go. Of course, no, period, and then will EG win bingo? Which should have a question mark at the end, because it is a question, and we're gonna practice proper grammar, because I'm going to be a shining star of a figure that you should trust. Yeah, not 30 seconds. Give me 30 minutes, rather. Oh, wait, actually, we'll give you 20. 20 minutes. So people who continue to roll in can join us. There we go. Just suppose you could tell us what your bingo squares are? I will. That's for honesty's sake. I will show you what my bingo is right now. So you guys can let me know if I miss something on bingo. So let me copy paste it. Here's my bingo. My things are Spirit Ghost theme, Chibi, EG explains ladder test, mismatched hair clips, fishnets, EG gets exceedingly off topic, not likely, we already did our off topic. Animal ears, final score over 10, design gets rotated, thigh highs, wing motif, multicolored hair, free, OSHA-proof ladder, sweater and skirt combo, monochromatic color palette, dragon, monster, mesh/sheer fabric, hoodie, I have to pee pose, mushroom VTuber, woo! Lots of laser ruffles, idle, and needs more dirt. So we'll see. A sparrow? Yes, a sparrow is who we are starting with. Here's a sparrow. A sparrow already did all the detailing for me. I was like, thank you. I put your pronouns in too, but thank you for creating your ref sheet entirely 100%. Semi-recent on Discord. Yeah, I think a sparrow's been around for a minute if a sparrow can skip the line, but recent addition to the Shroom State Discord server mayhaps. Semi-recent maybe. But a sparrow at a sparrow TV. He/him. Meet a sparrow. Body of a fighter, whimsy of a bard. He's a gladiator that gets a little too caught up in the theatrics of his sport. Conceptually, he's a mix of my favorite interests and hobbies, Greek mythology, bodybuilding, and D&D. Aesthetically, he is heavily inspired by my IRL appearance, as I am a flesh tuber. How do we feel about people using this word? Flesh tuber. Flesh. That is hoping to switch to VTubing in the coming year or two. So having him resemble me, my beard, my brows, my eye color, even my graying hairs, were really important to me. I designed and drew this myself. His weapon is still a work in progress. You know what's funny is I can usually tell pretty quickly when somebody is designing a character to look like themselves, because you end up being really specific about facial features and things like that. So I could look at this without reading your concept, and I was pretty certain that you were basing this probably on how you look. You did a good job on that one. Skin tuber? Whoa. Silly little gladiators, the concept is so fun. Right, it is. Isn't it fun? So, immediately, I can tell you're a gladiator. Concept-wise, no problem whatsoever. I see it. And also, the bodybuilding angle sort of just works directly right in with being a gladiator, being involved in Greek mythology in some capacity, because the physique of it is the kind of thing that'd probably be optimal if you're going to be doing any amount of fighting in that type of circumstance. And it's often aligning well with the way that we tend to think of ancient Greek figures, whether or not that's Hercules of Disney's fault. Didney. Hercules of Disney fault. Or not. you do sort of fit the bill for it, which is good. So we're not having any trouble determining your concept, probably. The D&D angle is interesting, because I feel like D&D is a little bit grittier often with the way that it ends up being sort of fantasy-inspired or mythology-inspired. But honestly, there's so much variety in D&D OCs or things that are similar that I'd say this probably works just fine as well for that concept. Works out. Yeah, definitely not a Bwackum. A Bwackum, if you're not familiar, if you haven't heard me say that goofy acronym before, Bwackum is the color palette that is black, white, a color, a metal. And because I say it so often, they've made me start using an acronym for it. But you, in your color palette, have this nice warm undertone to your skin that meshes well with the brown for, I don't know what these parts of armor are called in ancient Greece, but you've got your leather skirt flap situations that are brown, which is a good choice. And then the multiple shades of teal, where you've got this like blue that is a little bit cooler, and or actually technically it's warmer in that it's closer to purple than this one is. This one's closer to green. They mesh nicely, and then the brown provides, you know, something to provide some harmony for the gold accents also. So decent distribution of colors as well. I don't really find much of it to be too distracting, but I will say that because the skirt area, I don't know what to call it. There's probably a better word. But this skirt area is the biggest sort of flat, undetailed area that is this brown, and it's pretty saturated. I do find it just a little bit distracting, unfortunately, despite the fact that it is well unified with the rest of the design, and it is, you know, kind of a callback to the brown of your hair and the brown of your eyes. It's just in much greater quantity when it's placed here, so this is sort of becoming the focal point because it's also making these much brighter, more saturated diamonds down here higher in contrast too, so they're really ending up standing out. Skirt armor is called folds. Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Called a terges? Teruges? Sure. Intriguing. Don't know if I'll be able to continue to say that properly, but intriguing. We might just call it the skirt armor, potentially. Wait, are we grading people's models? We are. We are grading people's VTuber designs right now. Why does YouTube stream run well, but Twitch want to freeze? Don't know. Kind of goes back and forth. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. Bite the bullet, make him blonde. No. False. That's not the solution. I don't think blonde is the answer here. Skarmer. Yeah, this is the Skarmory Pokemon being worn as clothing. No, blonde isn't the answer because the hair color is specifically picked so that way it matches what he looks like IRL. This is meant to be a jumping off point from him transitioning from being a flash tuber into being a VTuber. So we're gonna keep the hair color the way it is. But we may just need to add some areas of higher contrast around the face. Here's a really good question. Where's my tablet pen? Hello? Oh. Guess where my goofy self put my tablet pen? Take a guess. You won't be able to guess. You'll never guess where I put my tablet pen. You'll never guess where I put it. Same color as chest belt, behind your ear. No, but that would be a good location for it. They probably would have a better location for it. They didn't say blonde, they said blind. Oh, wait, did you? Hang on, did I misread? Meant blonde, not blind. Oh, wait, so I read what you meant. Veggie straw bag. Nilo, I don't know how you managed to guess it correct, but that is where it was. It was in the bag. Thank you for spinning me. I think I put it down. I think I put it down inside the bag as I went to pick up a veggie straw to eat earlier. Oh man, big old brain on the EG today. Man, we're so locked in. So, what I think may need to happen in order to make the head more focal is a little bit more gold on the head. I do enjoy this teal branch on your head. That's not gold. Hello? Can I have gold, please? But gold is a brighter color, mayhaps. If we just add a little bit of trim of it and get some of the more saturated, brighter bits of it in here, that might help a little bit. That's increasing level of detail around your face. Earrings cool, is it a D20? Oh, it is a D20! It's so little, though! Exaggerate that. Let me duplicate this so I can make it bigger. Make it bigger! We have to be so close to see that that's what it is. Big. Chunky. And if it being big and chunky right here feels a little bit weird, you could even put it lower down and make the chain longer. Then, when you're rigged, you can have a lot more movement also as you, like, turn your head, and then it'll add to your silhouette in an interesting way, potentially, also. But let me just make it bigger and longer. You could also reference other aspects of D&D character creation or something else. Honestly, you could probably leave this earring tiered like that and it'd be fine. But you could reference other aspects of the D&D process in the way that the clothing is made or something else. Potentially as well, too. Hello. Strange to see you all here again. Michan, did you need something? Is there a reason you've reached out to me? You've called my number. Was there a reason behind this? Offering of ladders, that's fine. If you offer me a ladder, I will accept it. Yeah, the nightmare did occur. Want to see what the Redeem did. This is what it does. It calls me here. Good day. How are you all today? Hope you're doing well. I will hang out here. Do you approve eating tablet pens like they're veggie straws? I would not approve of that. For your meager human or maybe shroom teeth, I feel that that might be something that is too harsh for them, unfortunately. Fear not. Do not worry. This is a normal occurrence here in these parts. I have not been around in a while. I've been taking some time off. You know, as an Eldritch God must. Sometimes I must step away. I have many important things to oversee. OSHA had been slacking in their ladders, so I had to step in and make some changes. So I've come back. Do I want to ask what happened here? Normal things happened here. Twitch things happened here. Twitch can call upon me and spin me and offer me ladders and do many a thing. Yeah, and be careful, don't be hailing too much. It may be misconstrued as other types of business. Throw me all you like, does not impact me. I'm invincible, it's alright. I've lived for hundreds and thousands of years, far beyond what any of you could have ever experienced, so if you need to take out your frustrations, that's fine. I'm alright with being, the recipient of your frustration. I heard that you smacked me. I don't know where it occurred. Hundreds of thousands is a lot. How old, on average, do you think an Eldritch being is, if not hundreds of thousands? How old, on average, do you think they are, if not that? Oh, well, I guess I'll hang out in the corner here. I'll just stay here for now. Oh no. Hello, Plumies. Happy to welcome you in on a very normal day at a very normal time. I am Eldritch EG. I am the nightmare contained within the form of EG, and I am here but for a moment as I was summoned by the Twitch roommates. I think they just wanted to throw things at me to deal with their frustration, so if you must do the same, that is totally fine. But welcome in. What a time for me to be like this, and what a time for you to arrive. But this is normal. This is totally fine. Normally, the streamer that you would find here, the VTuber you would find here, is Squiiji, who is a freelance artist Fungi and an art educator. Right now, I am Eldritch EG, however, and I am the Eldritch Lord of Ladders. I am also often kindly referred to as Bookhead. And as you can tell, they are torturing me just a little bit. But hi, Vil. How was your stream? I hope it was good. What were you guys doing today? No idea. We rotate the owl. Yes, Shrewmates. As is customary, please make sure you rotate the owl. Please make sure you spin to welcome the Plumies in. Sanity takes a hit when you observe the indescribable shape in front of you. I am so sorry that I might have this negative impact on your sanity here today, but I can't always be causing positive impact. Sometimes we have to counterbalance it. I do warn the Shrewmates that every time they call forth this terrible being, that is me, it does add one drop of evil to the general soup of being that Squiiji is. It adds one drop of evil. Squiiji, you know, is able to dilute most of it, but someday that may have a significant impact, unfortunately, so do be careful with what you wish for. Wow, that is a lot of ladders. Thank you. Very kind. Check the channel name, you tell yourself, yeah, checks out, recover your sanity +5. Are you recovering sanity because of my name? Because of Squiiji's name? That works out. I hope that it is kind to you. Ladders have them. Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you ask the Twitch roommates to throw more ladders at me, they probably will. One day Squiiji will become morally bankrupt and thus use generative AI art. I don't think that's even in the future for evil EG. I don't think evil EG would even stoop that far. I think that is still worse than anything evil EG would probably do. Evil EG is very particular about what kinds of evil they are okay with committing, and I don't think that falls within the guidelines. Yeah, EG would probably be lawful evil, if anything. Not that I'm especially evil anyway, but what can you do? But anyways, I should extend some kindness to the Plumies. If you guys need to do things like eat or drink, or as EG puts it, take a snork me, whatever that means, please do those things and take care of yourself. Even eldritch gods do hope that you take good care of yourself. Hi, EG. Hi, Bill. How are you? How was your stream? I've been trapped this way for too long. Oh, I'm back! I'm back! Oh, what happened? Hydrate me, please. I'm suffering. Hi, Bill. How was your stream? Welcome back. Hi, Plumies. I hope they rotated for you and were nice to you in my absence. Sip your beverage. Let's not let Evil get acquainted with Eldritch Horror EG. Oh man, I mean, I have wings technically when I become Eldritch EG. I think the ladders are kind of wing-like, so that is adding to the similarities, maybe a little bit. That would be quite the duo. I don't know Evil very well, but Eldritch EG is honestly really neutral. Eldritch EG isn't even that evil, I don't think. Amber's jingling keys at me. We are an hour and a half into stream and I have not done anything yet, so I gotta focus. That's a step too far. Oh, ladders, a step even. Oh, hee 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 hee. Very good, Bill. But as I was saying, Plumies, if you guys want to stick around and hang out for VTuber design critiques, if you want to toss in your 2 cents about how we can modify these designs, you are welcome to do that if you would like. If you need to take care of yourselves by stepping away to eat or drink or sleep or anything of that nature, please go for it. Please prioritize looking after yourselves. So you get it? I should have called evil EG. Egeal? Egeal. Well, that's something. But Eldritch EG still isn't even evil. I don't think I am. I don't think I have any evil bones in my body. And Eldritch EG is still spawned off of my body. It's composed only of things that are already a part of me. So I don't think that's possible. You'd have to create like an entirely new evil creature. EVG? I guess I could be EVG. You don't have any bones in your body though? I have bones. I have bones. I just don't have feet. That's the difference. We really didn't discuss how that worked last week when I was drawing with my feet, despite the fact that I don't have feet. I have bones. I don't want to show them to you to prove it, but I promise you have bones, and I did grow them myself. You had a nice hand cam stream today? Oh, wait, that's what it was. You were building a little thing. I couldn't remember what it was you were doing. You were building a little thing. I saw the go live tweet. I hope you had a good time with it, though. Drawing with your mycelial network. Yeah, I only have mycelium in my shoes. The ankle's just cut off. Yeah, I used it's not roots, but yeah, mycelium. Yes. I say what EG for the evil in you. Yeah, I guess what EG would be the evil EG. The more evil one. Hang on, wait. Thoughts of things, because I'm just looking at this now. Why, is there some way we could depict a number? Hang on. I'm having thoughts about design already. Hang on, wait. See, this is why a brain break is good. I look away for a second, I look back and realize this is a cube. What if this was a die? But we found some way that feels Greek to depict the numbers. Good luck. Thank you. Sorry, I have to focus. I've been unfocused today. We thought I was really focused at the beginning of stream, but we were wrong. That's the Roblox icon. No. A 6? Yeah, I was gonna say, could we draw like a really like windy looking like 6 or something? And then if you had other numbers on here, like, would this read as a 6 if I went like that, maybe? Is that 6-like? Is that enough of a 6? Maybe? Yeah, kind of. And then you could have other numbers that are shaped like that. Yeah, Roman numerals could also work, but we're Greek, we're not Roman. What do Greek numerals look like? Yeah, like Claire said, Roman numerals. Did the Greeks use Roman numerals? Did they do that? We gotta be specific here, because I think this is specifically Greek mythology. No. No. Okay, hang on. Let me get Greek numerals in here. Greek numbers. Ooh, Okay, that's how you say them, but how did they write them? Greek numerals. Yeah, that's how you say them, but how do you... Do they not have a representation of them that isn't the word? Numerals. Rex, do you just know that? Did you just have that ready? Writing numbers wasn't really invented. Uh-oh. Just wrote them as the words. Interesting. I'm seeing charts that have some things. Wolfram Alpha says that for Greek numerals, alpha is used as 1, beta is used as 2, y is used as 3, delta is used as 4, epsilon is used as 5, and digamma is used as 6. Often use the 24 letters of the alphabet plus 3 special signs. Potentially. Oh wait, yeah, okay. So we can do that. We can do that maybe. That might be a solution here. Shrug the shoulder is almost a 6. Yeah, it kind of was. But we may be able to make a reference that just fits more with the world than that necessarily. 6 views today is an Arabian numeral. Yeah, so maybe keep that out of it. Let's see. So for 6, let's see. Can I draw this with any level of success? Here's my chart. I've copied and pasted it. Screenshotted it out of Wolfram, which is a very trusted source. So I'm gonna go like this, and it looks like it's sideways F, but I could pick another number that looks more number-like. Like, we may be better off if I'm gonna pick a number from here using, like, delta, because that's not one that people are going to confuse with meaning something else. Because delta is like that, I believe, if you're gonna write it. Not the best. It kind of looks like a backwards 3. Or dots like dice. Yeah, you could use dots that form some sort of pattern if you want. Yes, like dice do, but I feel like there could be something very interesting to the way that we use those squares throughout, maybe. The other thing I was thinking that might be kind of funny is me just take a look really quickly at D&D, what do you call them, character sheets? Google a bunch of references here. I really keep making that tube noise. I was trying to see if there's any like repeating shape that they use on those D&D sheets, and it seems like they do circles with a smaller circle under them, and that could do it. 6 pips, straightforward. Yeah, that could be a way of doing it. Acrophonic system it's called? Ooh, acrophonic. Interesting. Oh, Essie, thank you for following also. I appreciate it. Sorry if I was too deep in Eldritch EG mode. Wait, look at the knee pads. The knee pads have the die on them subtly, and they say left and right. Why do your knee pads say which side is which? Is that a D&D thing? Inside neck plate? Inside the neck plate. What inside the neck plate? In the last seconds? Starting from throat, inside neck plate. Oh, I think this is an Adam's apple. Is that what you're talking about? Huh? Just a funny thing? Ah, I see. I can't spell it. Huh? Just needs a reminder? Which leg is which? Maybe. It's like when you're driving and you gotta put one hand up to figure out which your left is. I was just trying to see if there's any repeating shapes in D&D character sheets, and it doesn't really seem like there is as much as I thought there may have been. Or as helpfully as I thought there may have been. Left and right are upside down, so they read correctly if they look down at the knee pads. Yeah, it does seem like this is more important for him than it is for anyone else. D&D character sheets are pretty bland. Yeah, I was hoping I could get something off of them that could be useful for this, because there's some repetition in this design that could be used in other ways, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. But the trim makes sense for the era. The triangles repeating makes sense for the era. Also, is there anything else we could add in here? Because I do think that we could make the D&D angle more apparent. I was trying to think if there's some way that we could make you a shield that feels like it's reminiscent of the folder that you use as a DM to sort of hide what you're up to, potentially. So that might be just like a fun little idea if you are trying to build more weaponry, perhaps. If you built, what are the D&D like folder shields look like? Do you know what I'm talking about? For DMs? Because they are shielding the view of others. No, what is the DM? What do you call them? DM folder? The eyeball hider. So your people who are watching you can't see what you're doing, and you can put your notes up on it. These things. Oh, this is a really low quality image. DM screen? Oh, is that what it's called? I've never bought one myself, so I own one, but I didn't buy it. But it doesn't have to be 4-panel like this, but you could design some sort of like unfolding shield or something where, I don't know, your arm connects somewhere on the inside of it, and that could be an interesting reference. Often those kinds of shields have like, the screens, the DM screens, have some sort of design on the outside of them that makes them look almost like a book or something, but that could be an interesting idea for your prop design. That could also be something that helps us to read the D&D angle of the design also. Close this, don't need it. Close the numbers, don't need it. Bingo, I do still need, we'll keep that. But okay, so I guess what we're saying here is maybe a little bit more hint that D&D is important here. The other thing that I might suggest is that as much as the spiral pattern, there's a name for it. This is a Greek meander, but I forget, there's a more specific thing I could call this with Greek art history. It's not coming to me right now, but for as much as that is something that we do associate with Greek design, I do think you could probably design something more specific to you in a way that makes this almost like a logo, or just something that is going to just point us more directly at you, something that feels more specifically designed. Because right now it feels just a little bit generic. It's just chopping one piece out of that Greek meander, but could be some gold insignia we could design using a similar geometric styling so that it fits in as this. And I'm wondering if there may be something else you could relate in from the theater angle, or from D&D angle, or something else that you could pick as sort of like an icon to reinterpret into a geometric pattern in gold that could be used here. Because while this symbol does have a lot of clarity, it doesn't feel very specific to you, unfortunately. And I feel like that's going to be something that this design needs, because as we're going to see in maybe more than one occasion today, designs that are very grounded in whatever like media or mythology or whatever reference they're making often don't exaggerate enough to be a very distinct character. And that is something that can also become a trouble when we are just, you know, caricaturizing ourselves essentially. Because, you know, a lot of people have brown hair. There's a lot of gladiators we've seen in media. I think most of them also have brown hair. Some of them are blonde. But we do need to do some things to make it clear that you are not brunette gladiator. You are a sparrow. Sure, you are still those things, but you are a very specific one that we can very clearly tell. So looking for those angles where we can create more specific insignia or more specific details can be very good and helpful. Their favorite animal, ancient Greeks do have animal symbolism as motifs for their armor. Yeah. Gold or glowing teal hair streak. Yeah, like, for as much as you are being realistic about your face and your hair, you could add little elements to it also that maybe aren't things you have, which I think you've already done with the earrings, but you could still have other little hints that something else is going on here, perhaps. But yeah, the animal angle could be helpful, potentially. Looking up pattern work or other things may be helpful. In your D&D campaign, were there any monsters you defeated? Yeah, the animal that's being referenced here could be something that's not a real creature. If owlbear, if you made an owlbear symbol of some sort that is geometric, that could be super neat. And then it is tying in the D&D angle and the Greek angle at the same time. Yeah. Tabletop RPG motifs are my favorite parts. They're the key to breaking out of the archetype. Yeah. Isn't the owlbear copyrighted? here's the thing. If you design something yourself, as much as it looks like maybe an owl and a bear, they don't own a geometric rendition of it, perhaps. I like deer as a favorite animal, though maybe that's too generic. I would say that that's too generic. I feel like there could be some interesting ways we could incorporate like antler-like designs into this. Like, can you imagine antlers that are drawn with, instead of, you know, antlers are usually kind of like that. Antlers that are instead rendered in like the Greek meander, where it's like, oh, I need to draw right angles. Come on, EG, you can do it. Take your time. And then, you know, we're mimicking those shapes. Instead of the laurel, antlers is part of the laurel, wreath would go hard too. Yeah, also, potentially, that could be a good idea. But yeah, antler hairpiece would rock. Yeah. It's okay to have any idea, execution is what matters. Yes. If it's not owl plus bear, the owl bear, it should be okay, but I'm not a lawyer. You just have to do it in your own unique manner, and then you'll be okay, likely. Granted, once again, not a lawyer. Me, not a lawyer. I don't know if that surprises any of you. But yeah. Antlers are part of the laurel wreath. Bugbear. Yeah, there's all kinds of different creatures you could find, maybe. Gold antlers with teal flowers would be pretty, potentially. You could have it so that it's like an antler piece that is behind your ear, and then the laurel is sort of caught in the antlers and like weaving through it. Then if these were antlers, then, you know, they'd add something else to your silhouette as well. If we could see it like coming off this side of the head, maybe over here, and we still have the laurels like in top of it and behind it and stuff. But then you're gonna feel more specific already just from having done that. Your armor can also reference, if you want a deer, parts of a deer too, where like if you have some of your flaps you have on the back of the body, if you have one of them that's like bent or something, it sounds kind of goofy, but like if you have one of them in the back where like whether by damage or by something it's like bent or missing, we could see the underside is white. This is like a white-tailed deer thing, but then this could be, even though you don't have a tail, use something tail-like, maybe. Although directly you could just go in the direction of pelts, because I do believe the ancient Greeks did wear pelts in some capacity. Antlers could look similar to Greek columns. Yeah! There's a lot of good, interesting suggestions coming in here. Thank you, Shumates. Quick look up. Greek deer often depicted with spots running along their back. Could use that motif somewhere as well in the clothing to make it distinctive. Yeah, I wonder if you could have like wear spots. Make it look worn? Is the word I want? Or if you had something that makes it feel like, you know, the leather has been damaged in a way that looks like little spots. Yes, this does count as me dirtying it up a little bit if we're doing bingo, but then we're getting that spot reference in here. Cooler shape exaggerating the size of the clothes too. Yeah, we're gonna get to exaggeration in a second here. I do think we're going to do some interesting exaggeration, but right now we're going for concept. Squiiji got a bingo spot? Yeah, I did. Me, I'm not gonna fill this bingo out. I'm gonna fill out the bingo you can't see, so that way it doesn't impact people voting or not right now. We did add a little dirt. I do have a free space. That did happen. Okay, there we go. Cool. Def had something like that? Yeah. The spots being overlay clip, kind of like stars, referencing Greek goddess of hunt. Ooh, you could have... Oh, wait, that's an idea. Hang on, we didn't talk about that. So often, correct me if I'm wrong, the Greeks had like patron saints, you know, just in general for different things. You have a bow already, which is something that is associated, I believe, with Artemis, who is the goddess of the hunt, right? So you could have other elements or other symbols of Artemis, maybe, in your design as well, and that could be something else that helps to make you specific. The Greeks had gods, yes. Sparrow has a lot of Apollo. Ah, okay, yeah, there are some Apollo references. Apollo is the god of the archer. Son of Artemis? I thought Artemis... What is Artemis the god of? Bow plus a bargainism, add some fun stuff and be good. That's true, you could do that also, yeah. Artemis is not the sun? What? Hang on. The hunt. Yeah. Artemis in the myth is a virgin. True. Fair. At times, the hunt wild animals wilderness. Ah, okay. Moon and hunt. Also young men. Be their adopted son. But like, as they're saying, Apollo could also be an angle for this also. But if you pick a god to say is like, okay, this is the like patron deity of this character. This is the one that he sort of looks up to and worships or something. Twins, Apollo and Artemis. Yeah. Redesign the ends of the bow to be more antler shaped. True. I agree with that statement. You could have like other things sort of jutting off of it in a way that doesn't look like lightning. I've kind of accidentally made it look like lightning, but yeah. Apollo is into poetry and bard stuff. So you're their secret third sibling. You're I'm kidding. But yeah, so those could potentially be good references to bring in here. Or of course the classic harp bow dealio. I was thinking about that. Where, I mean, right now it's not gonna work as a bow if you... God, whoops, hang on. If you made it a harp, but you could just be like, alright, what if like 10 or 11 more strings on here and suddenly this is now a bow and a harp. You're too theatrical. You're caught up in the theatrics. You forgot that you're supposed to be hunting people with your bow because you're too busy being goofy and telling stories and singing songs. Secret dangerous ladder, yeah, kind of. Harp bow is so whimsy, right? And then maybe you do have one string which is different. Would this even work as a bow? I have a feeling it wouldn't. Technically, I think also bows connect the string at the farthest out point, but like, would it be functional as a bow if you still had strings inside of it? I feel like the strings inside would be terrible to tune because they'd always end up flexing. But as long as your arrow's tail doesn't get stuck in the strings, I guess these ideas could coexist maybe. Not especially functionally, but pull the inside strings out magic. Verified did not work in reality. Hey, it doesn't have to. We're having fun. It doesn't have to. Strings would tangle. Oh god, you're probably right. Magic arrows. Oh yeah. Just shoot arrows made of light or something and then we'll be good. Love that. Definitely workshop on it. Yeah, roll of swag. It's cool. Roll of cool, as we would call it. Yeah, light arrows. Like magic arrow. Magic missile? Just fire some magic missiles out of your bow, maybe? I don't know. Some other D&D spell or something out of the bow? Something, maybe, potentially. Yeah. But yeah, okay, so. Cool, fun little things. If Apollo likes your cool, you'd make it work. Exactly. So they can fire multiple arrows. Are you saying, Ririko, you can fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 arrows with varying levels of accuracy and power? Potentially. This is very good. So, yeah, we can help design your bow up some, include the harp angle. If you add a particular deity that you worship, that will help to flesh out your design more. I do think the antlers and having the deer aspect is going to help a lot, which could be very fun. Next thing I want to talk about is exaggeration. So I think this is a design that is ripe with opportunity for exaggeration. I do understand that you are intending to be relatively grounded in your design. You have, other than making your head a little bit bigger, you've roughly stuck to like semi-realism for your proportions, especially with the musculature. But we can still play around with proportioning to add more interest in silhouette. Because right now your silhouette isn't bad. Not really at all. We don't really tend to see a lot of Gladiator VTubers especially. But if we provide more contrast, like we lift this higher up around the neck, make this fabric a little bit thicker. I get that it's sheer, but it can be something that has a little bit more structure. So it'll sit higher up here around the neck. Have a little bit more exaggeration in the shape of it here. If we extend some of the drapery, like we have this pulled across your chest, if it was that tight, it might be uncomfy, but we could drape some of this down in a classic Greek way over this in a way that this will now add a little bit more shape around the side too. Similar here. I get that you're sort of like tucking this in, but my question is, where is the fabric going that's being tucked in at the waist? Is it just ending and you just have a lot of it bunched up around your waist underneath your skarmer, your skirt armor? That'd be a practicality question, because I do wonder if it may be useful to see some of that fabric spilling out from somewhere, mayhaps. Magic fabric dimension. With the fabric being ombre to draw your eye upwards, it's all in one shade. I could agree with that. I could go for an ombre also. I agree. Great question. I see. Bunchy sensory nightmare. Yeah, I can imagine this might not be very comfortable if you have all of these folds around a tight belt on the waist. So we may want to show this fabric going somewhere, potentially. I do agree with Ryuku with color, but hang on. We'll get to color after I do reshaping. But like this drape feels really tight. We might want to just loosen it up just a little bit. So it's a little chunkier. Let's see, more exaggeration. Honestly, your hair laurel things, even with the antlers in it, could still just be bigger in general. Because if it is just larger, that will help us to look to your head a little bit faster. Because one of the other reasons why your head isn't especially focal right now is because your head is probably the least detailed area of the design. And there are areas of rest in the design for our eyes. We can rest our eye here because some of the details sort of push back. We can rest our eye here because it's just folds in the clothing. So the face isn't really acting as an area of rest. And then similarly, the face isn't unique from being more detailed than other areas. There's other areas of higher detail. So if we are adding detail around the head, that will just serve to help make the head more focal too. Neutral brown colored. From fashion school, can confirm Greek clothing is just squares of fabric tied together with button-like clasps and pins. Yeah. So it may be something that may make sense if... Here's the thing, does this need to tuck all the way around your body, around the side? Could you just have, well... Could you have it that this is something that is, like, pinned over on the side of your body as well? So then we can see that the drape is, like, in front of the body in some place, or... I'm trying to think about how this might work. A way to make the fabric make sense. Because what I was gonna suggest would be putting some sort of like object here that makes this another pinch point where we can see that the fabric is going to pull back up here, and then you've just tucked like the little bit of excess away. So we're changing the direction of it a little bit, and then the direction back here is like gonna circle around behind your body or something. And then we can assume maybe this is what's coming back up across your back, maybe? Potentially? Does that make any sense? We're just gonna make the fabric go somewhere, I think. Hang on, we'll make this all dark in there. But I do think we just need to cut out where the fabric goes. To be accurate, the left side would be open. This side? We're gonna touch the left side and only half drapes around on the right side so we can see. Oh wait, okay, so hang on, here's a question. If we just made it clear, let me erase all of this that I just did. Oh, hang on, I'll redo it, but I'll cut it somewhere else. If I cut this off, I guess we could technically assume that this is coming up the back and over to pin up here again. But I'm wondering if we might just need to see that, like, there's some edge in here or something. I don't know. I don't know. Argon Skies, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Cut this for now. Or edit. Cut, edit, paste. Go away. I mean, it may need a little help with how that one works. Little dice bag on the belt. That could be cute also, just as like an accessory. If you had your dice bag and you take like a dark brown or something for it. Design yourself a nice one. This is just looks like a bag, but design yourself a nice dice bag. Maybe. Mayhaps. I'm not sure I have the answer to that. To the drape situation happening right now, because I do guess that this is going all the way around right now and coming back up here, but if that's the case, we'd probably need this trim to be around this also, so that we can connect the dots, that that's what's going on. And then you have these long pieces of fabric behind, which I'm not sure where those are coming from either. Are these just coming off of this? There's some construction questions. Admittedly, I took creative liberties with the garment as I never expect anyone to question this part. Fair! We, here in the Shroom State, are a little bit of a stickler when it comes to garment construction sometimes. If I were me, dripping's much more dynamic clothing method than tailoring, less rules. Okay. So then maybe my suggestion would just be complete this loop so that way as a viewer we can assume that this is the same piece of fabric going all the way around. And then if we're assuming that this piece of fabric is just gonna go like this underneath, it won't be as maybe confusing the way this is tucking in. It might be okay. Got called out. You get called out, nerds. As Amber said. I say nerds with nothing but love in my heart. I am also one of the nerds aforementioned. So okay, exaggeration. So exaggerate your neckline maybe just a little bit. More exaggeration. Your armor can stand off the edge of your body probably a little bit more, so that it adds to your silhouette a little bit. Like those are probably fine. Those will probably be close because they're on your knee. You don't really need extra space, but like we can make things chunkier. I don't know about you, but I have not really heard gladiators to be much associated with super high dexterity. So if we made some of the accessories chunkier, nobody would probably question that. We do want you to still be dexterous enough to be a hunter, but if we just chunk up some objects, that might work a-okay. What are you doing, Squiiji? I am adding exaggeration to shapes right now for the sake of maybe improving silhouette. So then this is something that's wrapped around the belt, mayhaps. Okay. Honestly, I think this might be okay, but we just needed something for more an exaggeration. Making the pauldron bigger would probably be good. Big armor makes you look strong and does nice silhouette things, or nerdy silhouette things, yes. Ironic considering the lighter armor is explicitly because most gladiators relied more on dexterity than armor. That is also funny. Wait, so I guess that would make sense for maneuverability. Maybe that's an up to you thing. So as a bodybuilder, that is a thing where as much as bodybuilding is about strength, some of it is also about performance also. So you don't necessarily have to be as strong as you look sometimes either. Interesting things to consider here, mayhaps. I do also have a question about the angling here. So in general, good variety of shapes. Also, good natural asymmetry! Yippee! We're happy to see it. The drapery helps with natural asymmetry. The pauldron's good for asymmetry and the silhouette. The skirt slope is interesting. It is a move for asymmetry, but I'm intrigued about it. Bit where you'd get heavy armor guys going against guys who are almost naked. Particular type of gladiator because it wasn't divided into certain archetypes. Ah, I see. Okay. Worry about the shorts. Why do you worry about the shorts? What are you worried about with the shorts? The shorts are fine. I think they're a modesty garment. I don't know if the gladiators were wearing shorts. I think they were just totally free under there, potentially. They may have worn some kind of garment, but it may have just been loosely wrapped fabric, as opposed to something that's a little bit more modern like this. Romans, at least, yes, they were based on different historical enemies of Rome. Oh, interesting. TOS garments. Yeah, I'm imagining these are probably TOS garments. No pants. They thought pants were barbaric. Yeah, the gladiators didn't worry about Twitch modesty rules, so I'm gonna guess that those are just fine. I just thought the angle skirt was just different and interesting. Too uniform, they all seem like. Okay, that's fine. I was just curious if there's a particular thing I might have been missing about why they were shaped that way. But, okay. In that case, I may just do one final thing, which was Ririku's suggestion of adding a color layer. Oh, wait, I don't know if that's working. Hang on. So that we can push the eye up the body, because all of the color of this element, of this particular drape fabric, is the same, but we could get more depth out of it if we were to gradate it or ombre it. I might need to like, and like not ombre it that much, but see how that's adding a little bit more depth and it is pushing our eye upwards a little bit more, mayhaps. Make the pants less skin tight, since that makes them feel more modern. And you could. I'm not much bothered by these, but you could. Then have helmets. I think I'm thinking of Trident guys. I think more traditional way for wearing a kilt. I agree. It's fine. Could. I don't think the shorts, they're not bothering me the way that they are. I'm willing to accept those. I'm willing to accept them the way that they are. If others are not, do let us know. But I think you might be okay. Let me just go for a little bit more color here too. Let's see if I can green shift this a little bit without it being too weird. If we push this just a little bit more teal, just to add a little bit more interest, maybe? That seems to help some. The other thing I think that might be happening is that the low contrast between your skin tone and the gold, I think, is not allowing the gold to be as focal as it could be. Also, if I go like this, layer, new correction, layer, level correct, nope, not level correction, that's a lie. Layer, new correction layer, new saturation luminosity, and I slip up all your saturation. Do we see that the gold is the exact same value range as the skin is? Push the gold brighter or darker, so that way we can see it against your skin a little bit better. I might just, let's see. That's fine. We'll do a classic normal add glow layer. Some of these elements, there's a couple of elements that are pretty similar to your skin tone. But let me do this, and then we'll make it less extreme. Like that, mayhaps might be enough, just for contrast. And we'll turn off my value theft layer, just to see if we can see better. And you really only need to do this where the gold is touching your face, or touching your skin. Because I don't really know if it's having that trouble elsewhere. Seems like it's mostly okay otherwise. But do we see the difference here if I go like that versus like this? Yeah. Value test. Whoa, yeah, do you see how much more it pops? I might have gone even more extreme than I need to, but it's adding more interest. That's actually helping me to look at your face a little bit more now too, because now we have all these brighter elements higher up. So you may be okay leaving some of the gold elements that aren't as close to the focal point, similar to your skin color, but if we just make the ones that are around the head brighter for better clarity, that could help you. But I do think I talked about most of the things I had intended to. So, color palette. I do have to take a little bit of points off for the low clarity of the gold, and we do want maybe a little bit more interest in the middle of the body, but honestly, it's mostly fine. For silhouette, we could use more exaggeration, but the asymmetry is pretty decent otherwise, so that's fine. But I do think, unfortunately, you do read as just a gladiator right now. You'll solve that in your concept area by adding more layers, which is what we were sort of looking for. And for having said that, you do look very clearly like a gladiator. I can see the ancient Greek reference, but we want more of the D&D angle. We want more specificity in the ancient Greek angle as well, potentially. So I'll put you there, mayhaps. For complexity versus clarity, I do read all the edges a-okay, and the level of detail does seem mostly appropriate. I just think some of the details could be more specific. So I'll put you here. And then for focal point, it's your skirt. It's your your skirt armor. So we need to add more detail around the head. And maybe, I didn't really do this yet, but maybe we just need to push this back a little bit. If I take this color and airbrush a little bit of that blue over it, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Like that, to cool it off just a bit. Now it's less distracting to me. Also, I probably don't have to do that much, but like that much maybe makes it significantly less distracting just by changing the color a bit. So I would have to put it here probably, but that gives us a grand total score of, drumroll please while I do math. We ready? We ready? Ready to clap? Are you ready to clap? Good work! 6 out of 10! Good work, Sparrow! Dee 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 dee. That's the sound of clapping. Me going dee 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 dee. Good work! Thank you for skipping the line! Also, thank you for your patience, as it took me way longer than usual to critique today. But thank you for submitting, and thank you for skipping the line! The design is neat, but we can really push it to the limit. In the wise words of, jump in. Push it to the limit, limit. The songs I reference on stream are so miscellaneous sometimes, but here, I'll keep us moving. Unusual quantity of like super masked lads to get us started with today. I feel like the bulk of who we look at on stream ends up being a little bit more femme or a little bit more androgynous often. But today we've got two very masculine, very military inspired designs, or very, I guess being a barbarian, or not barbarian, being a gladiator isn't technically military, but fighting profession involved ones. Good we did bingo today. Don't think each will hit the average of designs. We'll see, we'll find out. But yeah, we got two muscly dudes today. This is Rebel Red, he/him, at Rebel Red VT. He's a half zombie, half cyborg, who is a leader of his own country from the wealth earned from his innovation in nanotech, prosthetics, and weaponry. Also, bonus EG note, when I looked at his Twitter, he includes dad as a part of his concept, the fact that he's a father, and he streams with his wife sometimes, and I was like, yeah, that's so cute! I love to see it. Isn't that so cute? But the concept of half zombie, half cyborg is really interesting, and I don't think anyone's be surprised if I say I feel Metal Gear inspiration in this, because what is Metal Gear full of if not cyborgs and yeah, like warlords. Yeah. Yeah, ever I agree. Also, it is kind of a Snake-esque haircut, too. And, yeah, there's also facial hair happening. Yeah. Maybe that brown toupee needs to be blended into the sides a little bit. So, hang on. We'll start. Here's the start. So, first off, we need to darken these knee pads because they are distracting me from the focal point. The scarf is good for making the head focal. These knee pads just need to be maybe a little bit more maroon. Because you're so close to having the focal point work correctly. I'm gonna desaturate them. I'm gonna go like this and do normal and get a saturation layer, and I'll get rid of all the saturation. Slurp that all up, yummy. I need a little extra saturation. I'm pretty low in saturation. But then I'll turn it down so it's not as extreme. But there we go. Now it's blended in with the body a little bit better, so now the saturation up here is stronger. We could also make these a little bit darker, but I think the desaturation is helping already a bit. Maybe as dark as the thumb. I could make it darker also. Money and then multiply. And then go like this. Oh, don't worry, I'll turn it down, bear with me. Man, I don't have any of my phrases on my own bingo card, which is going to limit my ability to win. Because if I had bear with me, or fear not, or any of the EG phrases on it, I could just say them. There we go. Lower contrast. Bear with me. Do I have bear with me on it? I don't think I do. Let's see, are any of these on it? No thighs. This is multiple colored hair. Oh wait, hang on, I can't. It's secrets. Secrets. You guys can't know what I filled in or not. You saw my bingo. I'll fill things in. But yeah, I do think multicolored hair is true. Oh, we're looking at a spoiler. Hang on. Whoops. Hang on, come here. Dirt is also on there. Sorry, spoiler. I apologize. You'll have to forgive me. I might not win. I've only checked 3 boxes so far in 2 designs. But, okay. So, push the red back. Successful. Do I see the zombie angle? Yeah. The face being half one color and half another color, I see what's going on. The mechanical arm, I feel like could be exaggerated more to make it clear that this is not just something being worn as exoskeleton armor, to make it clear that this is fully a mechanical arm. I see that there are sort of like hinges maybe, but I do think we need to have clearer hinges going on in here. Let me reduce my brush size down. But like, I think this is a hinge here, but usually in a hinge you'll get this like long connecting segment and then like hinge here. So that way we can tell that the fingers are bending in those places. Like, where is my hinge right here for that thumb? I guess a cyborg tends to be a little bit more human, but I do fear that the cyborg angle isn't maybe as clear as it could be if we exaggerated this more. And I'm going to suggest my favorite resource for making things look well and truly robot adjacent, and that's Gundam. Look at the way Gundam does panel lining and the way that Gundam handles shape and contrast and exaggeration and form. They do a really great job of it. Honestly, wait, that should be tucked in. And I think that a lot of the robot and or mech inspired designs that I end up seeing could use some of that exaggeration. So do you see what I'm doing? I'm like pushing and pulling edges out and in so that it feels less human in the exterior shape, because it's not going to be as smooth, right? Visible hints of wires on the inside, maybe? Yeah, if we could see more things that alert us that something inhuman is happening, things that are more machinery, things that are more technological, that could help. I don't think, you know, maybe you could count this as a monster because he's half zombie, but he's a dad. That makes him distinctively not a monster. Also, yeah, more dirt I did check off in my bingo. Just that screenshot of the bingo didn't have it checked off. Making the black a little bit see-through, like it's plastic, could be neat. That's true, where you could almost see like, oh, maybe just pick like a lighter color. All we need to do to make this seem like it's, hang on, there we go. To make it seem like this is transparent is if we just can see something in it. So like if we can see that there's like some kind of like tubing in here or something that's like connecting things, or like there's like wires we can see like meandering around the inside of this area. That's my like fake arm bone thing. That could be cool to make it clear that that is something that is solely mechanical. Potentially. Half rusted. I feel like as somebody who is a wealthy innovator in nanotech prosthetics and weaponry probably wouldn't have rust, unfortunately. That makes him a monster. Does that mean Lucamine isn't one either? Oh, Lucamine is a terrible person. We're talking about Pokemon? She's awful as a person. I think she's a monster even if she was completely human. I think he's a good dad, which makes him not a monster. But okay, so yeah, that. More exaggeration in the arm. Look at some Gundams for inspiration on how we can make it clearer. Whoops. That your arm is mechanical also, as far as just like exterior shape goes. Because right now the shapes are way more flush than may be helpful. You know who also has a good arm to look at? Vash the Stampede in the new Trigun. I'm mad at him still, but they did do a good job with designing his arm in a way that makes it look well and truly prosthetic. And makes it look well and truly semi-human. But that helps. The octagon pattern being a reference to the nanotech, or just like carbon. Interesting, I see. Or hexagon, not octagon. The hexagons. Good. That works. It's a good subtle pattern work that could work well for that. Big Boss from Metal Gear or Venom Snake? I don't remember which snake has the arm. I don't think Big Boss has a fake arm. Big Boss is missing an eye, I believe, but I don't think he's missing that. Venom Snake has a weird chunk of metal implanted in his skull. Does he have a fake arm too? I don't remember that. He might. Wires going into the arm. Maybe we could see that. Anyone know a monster that's also a good dad? That's a question. That's a good question. I don't know if I do personally. I don't know very many dads personally other than mine, and I would not call my father a monster. I'm gonna repurpose these little things that are right there as places for wires to attach in. Bam, look at that. So now, oh wait, honestly, that already does so much work. Dracula from Hotel Transylvania, he is debatably a good dad, depending on what part of the movie we're looking at him. Venom? Is Venom a father? I don't know if I'd call, that's an interesting thing to say. Venom Snake has a red bionic arm, presumably at least somewhat a reference for this. Oh, okay, I didn't remember that, I forgot. You'll be surprised, the Venom Snake game is the one that I've played the least of. I don't like the base building. It's too much for me. The missions were not my kind of thing. Venom Snake's red arm is red and black with notable hinges. Interesting. Okay. So this is probably much more of a reference than I'm realizing. But yeah, we can make it a little bit more distinct maybe from his also by adding a little bit of wiring. Because honestly, the subtle little bits of wiring that I added right there already do so much for me to make it clearer that this is something that is not just being worn over top of an arm. So that works out. Something that I will say that is more so, there's a couple like drawing things that I think I would say to just pay attention to, which is that the way that the shoulders are set right now is quite stiff. Just give them a little bit of angle so it doesn't look like you're walking around with your shoulders to your ears. But do you see how much more natural that feels, just tilting them down a little bit? doesn't have to be that extreme, but now you don't feel quite as stiff. And then also, this may just be the screenshot and how it was taken, but your eyes are looking in different directions right now, unfortunately. So do be careful about that. Let me just shrink this down. There, that's better. So there we go, okay. The one eye being blue is an interesting step towards making the face more focal, but the more realistic proportions are not allowing the iris to be as focal as it could be, because it's very small from a distance. But if we are looking at you from the waist up, it is helping to make your face focal. I will say that the white hair against the gray skin doesn't necessarily have as much clarity as it possibly could. So we could make it brighter and add some more shadows around the edges of it to make that clearer. I am also going to transition your hair just a little bit, because as Ruku had pointed out earlier, and I would agree with, the transition from white to brown is really stark right now. If we just see like a couple pieces of hair that haven't fully joined the group, or like there's some form of transition happening here, that'll just make it a little bit easier on the eyes, because you have a little bit of that transition in the beard, it seems like. But just a little bit more could be beneficial. Very deathly pale guy here. I mean, deathly pale in the sense of, well, yeah, does this guy count as being alive is a question that I would ask. Because I don't know if he does, because he's a zombie and a cyborg. I guess there's some still human part contained within him. There we go. I'm just darkening areas around where his white hair is, just so that way... Whoops, hang on, I wanted to blend, not an airbrush. Just so that I could see the edge of it a little bit more clearly. I think that's helping. Although it wasn't too bad, I just wanted a little more. Yeah, look at that. Depth. Squiiji, may I tag to... Thanks you? Huh? To do what? What are you tagging? Me for? What? Maybe? I don't know what you're asking. Could these be drop shadows? These could be the drop shadows that we do speak of sometimes. The human part is undead. Yeah, but the other part is a cyborg, which is already kind of human, but like not really. Aren't cyborgs the ones that are still part human? I think jury's out about whether this is a monster or not. I'm not counting this as a monster, even though I have it on my bingo. You guys just want me to win bingo, I think is what's happening. For design improvements? Oh, if I understand what you mean. For, are you posting your reference sheet of your design? Yes, you can. That's totally fine. Go ahead. Cyborgs could be part organic, considering they're a cybernetic organism. Cyborg's machine augments on organic. Okay, so I guess he's still organic, even though he's a zombie. This is a very complicated situation we're describing here, but anyways, okay, hang on. Gotta focus on editing the design in certain places. This design, I do have to commend on being very grounded. The shape language makes sense. You know, we can very clearly recognize that this guy is military adjacent. We've got the camo pants, we have the armor for the chest, you got the chest plate that is sort of in the modern style where it's probably carrying like ceramic plates or something. It's a tactical kind of vest where we've got your knife or something similar strapped across your chest. We've got your walkie-talkie on the side. This might be a flare or something. So it's very practical. But I still feel like we could maybe have a little bit more exaggeration somewhere. I get that the legs are going to want to stay pretty tight and close so that they don't get in the way in combat. But I wonder if some of your accessories on the outside of your body could be bigger. I feel like this gun is pretty small compared to how big your hands are. So things like that we could just make bigger a little bit for exaggeration's sake to add something to your silhouette, because I don't want to make you change a lot about your silhouette, because I do want you to stay nice and grounded. But right now, I don't know if your silhouette is as distinct as it probably needs to be. So let me just go like this. Give you a nice, big gun. I guess a pistol might look small compared to somebody who has really big hands, but who's to say this guy's not carrying like a Desert Eagle or something? Got a little deagle in the pocket, just casually strapped to your hip. I see you have a gun across your back also. I'm trying to think of what else could we add to this that could add to silhouette in an interesting way. Because right now, as is, we can just do a silhouette test so you can see, but I believe other than our little edits, this is guy with gun. This could be probably any Call of Duty character, or many of them. Could also be Snake. Snake Eater. But I wouldn't know, just based on silhouette, who it is. What's a rifle in the back? It feels small too. It probably feels small because I'm gonna guess this guy is really big. And that might be what's going on. Also reads more like a crowbar. Interesting. I'm just gonna guess that this guy is really big and that those things being small is just because proportionally, if you are really tall, carrying a gun is gonna make the gun look kind of small on you potentially, but we could scale it up. This is the future. So this fella could, you know, he's a nanotech and weaponry developer. He could have developed a larger gun that makes sense for how big he is as a person. So that way he can pack a punch proportional to himself. What is Ghost's boyfriend called again? Joby just got home and I need Joby to come read that sentence you just said. You're talking about Ghost from COD? Are you talking about Soap? I know this only for one reason. I only know this for one reason, and it's because when I was teaching, I think this is when I was in grad school, I was teaching my students, and my students, some of them were a big fan of Joby, because Joby would come sometimes to print club. Everyone's a big fan of Joby, but particularly these students were a fan of Joby. And they were like, hey, we know that you play COD. Who should we draw kissing on the shirt that we're going to make? Which they were going to turn in for class. It was fine. They just had to make a shirt, so fan art was fine. And I think they were expecting Joby to pick Soap and Ghost, potentially, but Joby picked Woods and Mason? I don't really know who any of these characters are, which I'm gonna say quietly, because I think Joby'd be sad. We just watched when one of those characters dies in one of the games like 2 days ago. But yeah, fascinating. Fascinating exchange that I understood none of. And I thought Joby's choice was really funny, but I don't know much. If I remember correctly, some military has little bags on one of their arms. Maybe has some gear uses to fix things. Maybe. I really feel like this arm is an opportunity to have a lot more exaggeration happening in the silhouette also. We also do have to say, the antenna is very interesting for silhouette too. Fascinating. Most popular ship, don't even play COD. The fact that they're shipping the men together in COD is very amusing to me. Let me look up military characters. Because this is a critique that I have had before for certain games, which is that there are some games that because they're so grounded, there's not really character design being used in the way that they've designed their characters. I don't know if COD necessarily counts, because Ghost definitely has design, because he has something that makes him identifiable, and there's the other guy who wears a fishing hat, which that's character design. But there are other games where it's not a character design if you're just wearing a military style outfit, because a lot of military clothing is meant to make you disguise, to fit in, become a number in the military, so that you don't really stand out among others, which is tough. So that makes designing for it much harder. And I will admit, I am not an expert. This is very outside of my area. I mostly design cute little cartoon characters, so I don't know if I've done much military character design. Let's see if I can find anything, because it seems like a lot of military designs do rely pretty heavily on helmets or hats or jackets as things that you can use for layering to add to silhouette, but a lot of the silhouettes still aren't very exaggerated. If Rebel did pull a venom snake and put something sticking out of the head, that'd be huge. True. That could be interesting, but like even something like goggles on the head or something could be interesting. I want to know what this guy's role in the military is, because he does nanotech prosthetic and weaponry and he's a leader. So he's not gonna be on the front line anyway, I'd imagine, right? Techie earpiece for asymmetry. True, we could do an earpiece. That makes him feel like he could be some sort of boss, a big boss even. I mean, you could do something of the likes of that. Whoops, that's a multiply layer. But if we're referencing Metal Gear particularly does not have like earpieces for communication or anything like that. Oh no, big boss, you're Big Boss has his headphones in. He can't hear you. You could give him like the one-sided headphones where you've got the little like brace on the other side that comes down and over. You know what I mean? I think these are the ones that like snipers wear so they can hear out of one side more clearly. But what I was gonna say is I would like to know what his military specialty is. Is he doing close quarters combat? CQC. Is he a sniper? Is he... what else could he be? He could be other things. This could also, if we're doing like cool future tech, be like, look at the V-fin, look at the other things that are sticking off of it. We could make it red like his other prosthetics are because, you know, this guy develops his own prosthetics, so of course he's gonna flaunt them. He's gonna make them a bright color, right? Maybe? Don't know. Something that capacity. But yeah, headset could be interesting. I feel like that's already helping in some capacity. Continuing to scroll through military character designs to see if I see anything that might make sense. Expanding my visual inventory, maybe in a helpful way, hopefully. Knee pads. Yeah, I don't know. I might be just a little bit stumped on this one, but I would say that we do need more in the silhouette in general. Right, but there's supposed to be a buzz cut. I think it's supposed to be buzzed pretty short, but I'm gonna guess that this guy being at the top of the food chain here doesn't have to make his hair super flat. Incorporate a lightning bolt. Lightning bolts plus military is dangerous. I don't know. Don't know about that. I bet the screws that Frankenstein's monster had in his head fit the undead and robot feel. That's a kind of funny suggestion. I feel like that's kind of interesting. Bolts. Ooh. I wonder if there could be some way we could make the armor just feel a little bit more future tech-y as well. Like, greeble it up a little bit in a way that feels mechanical. Ugh, AI nonsense encountering on the internet. Not helpful. But, like, we could redesign the entire chest plate to be more tech-like. And that could be helpful also, but generally, just more for silhouette. More. Hexagon pattern on the eye that I like. I do enjoy the hexagon pattern on that side of the face. Which does make me wonder, here's a question. So I'm guessing that this is the zombie side and that this is the cyborg side because the pattern is on this side. So I'm wondering if there's things we could do furthermore on this side of the face to make it clear that you are also like cybernetically enhanced. Like if you have leaf shutters in your eye, which this is low res, we can't really see it, but if you had like leaf shutters in your eye that we can see extending like all the way through the eye, and the red maybe doesn't have to just be isolated to your iris. You could just have an entirely red sclera situation happening with leaf shutters that form your pupil that you're looking out of. That will feel more cyborg adjacent, and then from a distance that eye feels much more different too. Zombies make you think of brains and gravestones and Halloween-y stuff. I feel like this is definitely more the angle of like Call of Duty zombies as opposed to like Halloween-y zombies. Put a hole. He's a zombie, right? Show off a mechanical ribcage. Ooh. He's pretty well covered. And he is also a president, so I don't think he'd go for that kind of type of damage in his clothing. I feel like he'd be well repaired. Universal soldier? I don't know what that means, Amber. What is a universal soldier? Google. I've done a lot of Googling today. COD zombies, all I know is the crazy screaming they do. True. Universal soldier? Oh, wait, is this a movie where... Oh, wait, these might be fantastic suggestions. Wait, these are so like future tech-y. Oh, look at this. Look at this beautiful retro future eyewear. Oh, I love it. Hang on, so that might be a good reference for this fella. Let me check live suggestions. Let me see. Oh, scrolling down. Yeah, wait, Amber, I'm so on board. I'm so on board with these eyepieces. That could be super neat. Although I don't know how I feel about covering the eye entirely, but that could be built on if we had like, if I reverse the earpiece to the other side, we could build something on that is transform, flip horizontal. That is a part of the eye. So like you have your like thingamabob to enhance your vision. That's a neat suggestion. Ah, it's got like pattern work on it. It seems like it also has like a mounted flashlight or something too, which is very practical. Here's your mounted flashlight that could have like a color to it or something. Yeah, oh man, yeah, hang on, I'm with you. I'm on board. This could be very cool for the cyborg element. And then, yeah, greeble it up, do whatever you need to do to make it detailed and make sense. Good. That would add something interesting to silhouette. That's also making the face more focal. Hell yeah. Let me see. Mad Bun's scarves are also interesting. Adding some, pattern work might be nice. This one being taller. This being a taller shape for a scarf might also be interesting, because then that would also add more to the silhouette too, where if we can see that we're like, I mean, it can still be a wrapped scarf the same way, but more height around it could be helpful if we could see that there is some sort of emblem or something that is tacked on here. As I said earlier, don't do lightning bolts. Do not lightning bolts, but some other visual motif that could be related to tech or something that you could put on here, that it's almost like some sort of pin that's holding this in place. We could have a little bit of pattern work on it too, but that's adding a little bit more detail. But I do think that raising the neckline of the scarf will probably help silhouette also. Recycle the hexagons? You're right. We could just recycle hexagons. That's called repetition. That's called a motif. Go for bam. Hang on. Hexagon. You could like overlap them and do some sort of interesting design work with them or something But yeah, repeat them. Nanotech. Oh, wait, we can make these. You can make it a molecule of some specific type also if you wanted to, because that's science. Match the triangles on the knife. We could match the triangles on the knife. These are also other ideas. We could match the triangle on the knife with just like detailing that's on this too, where if we had like that as being a pattern that is on the scarf. But yeah, so what we're kind of trying to do here is make some of the clothing feel just a little bit more specific too. Feels like a brooch the way I designed that. You might want to make it smaller so it's more grounded with the style and make it more future tech feeling, but these are just sketches, so we get the idea of it. Classic Desert Storm style boots. Classic. The tight-fitting combat boots, good for silhouette because they're tapering the leg in a good bit, so we get the bagginess of the pants above it and below it. Here's a question. What did we not talk about yet? Let me come back here, clear this out. Color palette. Other than those knee pads, color palette seems fine to me. It's a complementary color palette in a very interesting way, where it doesn't feel Christmassy. Works for me. There's a little bit of clarity funniness with the hair, but it's not too bad. The silhouette, I think, is probably the weakest angle here, unfortunately. So we were giving a couple of suggestions for it, but more exaggeration in the cyborg parts, more asymmetry on the head, making some of the pockets larger. Those would all potentially help with the silhouette. You do have some asymmetry already in your silhouette, though, but more is always good. Not always, but in this case, I would say more would be good. For complexity versus clarity, I do think the level of detail is appropriate, but I do think some of those details could be more specific, like how we were trying to design something for your scarf, put more designs on the scarf, sort of in general. More specific greebling, making the fingers clearer, that they are mechanical and bending at joints in the hand. The focal point was the knees, unfortunately, but we've now made it the face, especially by adding more detail and accessories around the head, potentially. And then for concept, I do think I'm getting the concept pretty clearly and easily. The only thing that I may still further suggest here for that is that I think we just want another area where the zombie thing is repeated. I'm trying to figure out where I want to put it. Like, if I could see that there's still, like, somewhere on your arm that is human or something, where we can get that stitch pattern in again, that would be good. We want repetition, because it only is in your face right now. And I do feel like you could benefit from having it in more places. So let me put your, like, staple stitches in. So now, like, the nylon is physically a part of your arm. This is really bright because I haven't really matched it to the fact that we're sort of in shadow right now, but I can fix it. Hang on. Airbrush, darker color. Bam. multiply. So it's just somewhat lighter. There. Better. Has wrong layer crunk always been in the bingo? Yeah. There are certain parts of the bingo that I feel like we don't get very often. Myself especially. I feel like there's certain things on the bingo that I don't ever get. Has the lighter part, or is the lighter tone the zombie part? I thought it was the steel. I think the lighter part is the skin because the darker part is the part that has the nanotech pattern on it. So I think that is the part that is the cyborg part, theoretically. But I actually don't know. Maybe the zombie part is what is identified that way? Either way, I think we just need somewhere else where that is happening in the design, so putting it in the arm would be good for unity's sake, and then also just clarifying the concept. But honestly, I get the concept, I see what you're going for. Just exaggerate some of it more. Play up more of the elements, mayhaps. But it is a neat concept being part zombie, part cyborg, part dad. I guess entirely dad also. But I thought this design was neat and memorable, and I do think that this design does work as an example of how you can have very clearly recognizable inspirations in a design while still not being a copy of a design, where we were able to look at this and be like, yeah, I see some Metal Gear here for sure. But it doesn't feel like it's a rip-off of a Metal Gear character. It feels like it's paying homage to some of the elements of Metal Gear that we enjoy, which is some of the future tech, the automation, the military elements, the haircuts. It's an homage as opposed to being a knockoff or a rip-off or something. So, what is our score here? I have 3, 4, 5.5, 6, 7 out of 10? I believe. Yippee! Good work, Rebel Red! I wrote your score for you in red, because it fits, because it'll make sense, and it'll look great. Yippee! I'm clapping, but my hands aren't tracking, you just have to believe me. If I pull my sleeve up, oh yeah. I forget my leap motion is anti-sleeves, but it's cold in here. I need my sleeves, it's chilly. Let me keep us schmovin'. Takara Moonstar, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Let me save this. And close it. And save this. And close it. Now we are on to Mara, or Mizi. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, I guess we're not on to Mara or Mizi, are we? Tag me a goat! It's Otto with the steel chair! Otto, have you submitted to the form? It's a skip the line from Otto in the last second as we were applauding for the previous design. Oh god, we have to get through the thumbnail, fellas, so I'm gonna have to lock in for the last ones. We have 3 to do in an hour 20. That's dangerous. Otto coming in hot with a surprise redeem. Let me find Otto submission. Let's see. Otto, I'm gonna guess you submitted under, yep, here you are, I found you. You submitted very recently, so I'm gonna guess this is probably the correct one for you. And don't worry, we won't go until the ad break is over. I'm just gonna download you in the meantime. Yippee! Oh, wrong folder. Hang on, let me stick this in the skip the line folder. There we go. Give me a second to set up all your details, but man, jam-packed day. Is this the second day we've had 2 skip the lines in one day? I feel like this has happened more than 1 week in a row now. Everybody's savings are finally coming to fruition, kind of all at once. There we go. Which of the skippers are still yet to go? So here, I can... Otto is gone. Chili, Cotton Candy Floss, and Edward have skipped the line and haven't gone yet. Let me grab your details, Otto. There we go, okay. Creature. Come on, mouse, hello. Change canvas size. Make this bigger. Once again, I need to look behind the scenes at how I make all of these. Let me grab the background color. Let me fill the background in. Let's see. I might want a lighter color for the background, but that's okay. But then I go like this. Actually, I'll just go black for the text because I'm going to lighten the background a little bit. So this is Otto, they, them, at Auto Nevermore on Blue Sky. Beautiful, lovely, fantastic. Let me scale this up so we can read it. Perfect, there we go. Check out redeem a skip the line now, but I'm not ready yet. I mean, you can, and I can put you on the sticky note if you really want to. You can join Chili and Cotton Candy and Edward if you want to, but you don't have to. It is up to you. If we do another skip the line today, I may not finish the thumbnail, fellas, which I'm gonna feel bad about. I am gonna have to really lock in for these last couple, because this means I have 3 to do in an hour 20. I got it. Easy. This is just increasing my odds of winning bingo. That's all this is. Everything exists to serve the bingo. There we go. Let me grab your details. There we go. Let's see. Details. Copy, paste. Oop, hang on. There wasn't enough space. There we go. I'll have to extend the canvas a little bit so we can add a little more space on the edge. Join Sticky? Yeah, you can join Sticky if you want to. Warning that my Blue Sky is some gory art though. Ah, good to warn about. Thank you for the warning for the Shroomates. So Shroomates, be warned if you are looking into it. There may be some gory art, which we do already have revealed face. I may cover that just for while we are on stream in case someone may find that disturbing, but we'll know that that is occurring as a part of this design. Which is totally fine, it can. I don't think that actually violates any Twitch guidelines or anything, but just for the comfort of Shroomates, we might. There we go. We might make it not as intense. So I'm just gonna go like for now. And just treat this as a close-up of the head. Oh, did Fern redeem it? Fern did redeem, skip the line! So here, I'll put you on the sticky note. Oh wait, sticky note is actually out of space. I'm gonna make a new sticky note because that sticky note has a lot of people crossed off on it. Where are my sticky notes? So my new sticky note is Chili of the Valley. Cotton Candy Floss. Edward. And now, Fern! Welcome to the list, Fern! Congrats! Let me make sure I spell fairy correctly. F-A-E-R-I-E. So that's 4 people who are going to use their skip lines whenever they are ready. But there we go, yeah, new sticky necessary. Sorry, I'm a little hungry, so I am eating a couple of veggie straw. But it is time for the lock-in of all time, because I have much work to do here. So this is Otto, they, them, at Auto Nevermore and Blue Sky. I am a tired, undead plague doctor who streams co-working and chill gaming. I've now also become an adoptive parent to a Frankenstein son and many chaotic rats. To elaborate, I was a plague doctor in the 1330s who caught the Great Plague. While I was sick, I made an experimental cure for myself, which did work. Just a little too late. Brought me back to life. Oh, that's interesting. It's a lore angle. And more. And now I've been alive for hundreds of years. Now I'm chilling in the modern day, doing unethical experiments and trying to create artificial life that will be immortal like me. However, as I am technically dead, my flesh is decaying a little bit. Yeah, skeleton face in the middle. But I usually keep myself disguised so I don't scare anyone. Pretty happy with my design as it is, but it feels kind of lacking in some places, like silhouette, focal point, and motif. So advice on those would be great. Aha, I see. So, I see the plague doctor angle here pretty clearly. From the mask also. I like that you've given the mask big old eyelashes. It is very cute. I'd have been ready already if I hadn't played so much Uma. Hey, Uma does get in the way of many of our productivity, myself included, in the last couple of weeks. It is okay. But, Plague Doctor outfit. I do fear there's some clarity trouble happening right now. If I slurp up all your saturation, layer, new correction layer, here we go. Delicious, delectable. Actually, it's not as hard to read as I thought it might have been, but some of the splattering along the edges of this and the pattern work is making this sort of, I don't know what to call it, like bib shape here. a little bit hard to read, unfortunately. So you may want to make this lighter, potentially. And then the other thing is that with your color choices, your base color for some of these elements back here is so close to black that you didn't really leave much room for shading, unfortunately. So they do end up pretty flat, which is just a little bit at odds with the other elements where they're more rounded in the way that they are shaded. So what I might do, let me just give this a try. See if I can just lighten some stuff. Just a little bit. I'm gonna first lighten this part. Not like this though, bear with me. But just so that way it's not quite as close to full black. Your hair already sort of acts like a spot black, which is fine, but this area doesn't feel the way your hair does. Your hair feels like it's intending to read as spot black. This feels like it's supposed to have depth to it. So I'm gonna lighten it just a bit. Actually, this isn't gonna work. Let me just go like this. And get rid of this layer. Layer, new correction layer. I need level correction it. If I push it up a bit going like this. Wow. Oh, whoa, it was just lagging. Okay, it was like, why is nothing changing? There we go. We can still leave it darker than your pants are by a degree or two. There we go. And I'll clip this on here. But now we can see that you have done some shading in that area. And then similarly, I'm going to do the same with this purple, I don't know what to call it, but your purple vest situation. Also, because there's some blood splatter on it, which we don't really see very clearly either, which I think is something that would help us to understand that you are maybe not the most ethical of doctor, but let me get a new correction layer to increase the levels here too. There we go, because we can still leave this darker than your pant leg that is purple, but now, from a distance especially, we can see all those edges clearly, and it doesn't feel like you're not wearing black or just wearing dark colors, but we can now just make out the edges a little bit better. I will say, as far as focal point goes, the really stark high contrast of your hair with the stripes in it does work pretty well. It feels like a Frankenstein reference, perhaps, which, if I didn't know that you are meant to be a plague doctor and I didn't know that you were supposed to be something else, I would think that you are just a Frankenstein, but that's okay. You are a Frankenstein type of monster, so you've got the stitching, you've got the classic super bright white highlights, which I think are... What caused those? Why are those a thing we associate with Frankenstein? Is it because of lightning? Making your hair go gray? Question mark? It could be. Don't know. But we are getting that reference pretty easily. The fact that the stitches only occur on, or that the face is only stitched together on your head is interesting. Are you not decaying in other parts of your body too, or is it just your face? Noted. Wonder if there's anything more plague doctor-y I could add. Let me look at how plague doctors dress. Because one of the things I think about with a plague doctor that could be a part of your fashion, both in your historic inspired outfit and your more modern outfit, is the hat. I often think of the plague doctors as having those really big hats, because you do already have some parts of the silhouette. Let me just grab one so you can see it. But like, you already have the sort of capelet situation happening. You have something that is a reference to like the center area where they would have like buttons running down their garb, but big hat. Did consider hat, then I consider that I'm the one rigging it. Fair. Plague Doctor poking stick? Yeah, where's your staff? Sometimes they had staffs that had like the medical like wings on it, but they did have walking staffs for walking and also for poking and for touching. What do you think about what other things? The way that we do plague masks nowadays is also like a very cleaned up and polished and smoothed out version of what plague masks were. Plague masks used to just be more bag-like. They weren't as sleek and well worked as far as the shape language went, but the other thing is they often were worn with hoods, That way you weren't having any of your skin exposed either. So I wonder if a large hood could be helpful, mayhaps? Oh, hi Mari! Welcome in, hi Mari Raid! Hi, I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fella. Freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I'm also a fella. I'm a fungi also. Don't know if you knew that. But today we're doing VTuber design critiques. What else could we ever do on a Monday in the Shroom State but VTuber design critiques? We're looking at Otto Nevermore's character design right now, and Otto is an undead plague doctor who is kind of Frankenstein-esque. We're trying to figure out angles where we can play up the plague doctor angle a little bit more. But welcome. Oh, mods, thank you for getting the shout out. Shremates, also thank you for rotating for them. You guys are so good. I don't have to ask you, and you know what to do. But here, I'll rotate a little extra for you. How was your stream, Mari? What were you up to? What were you doing? Let's see if I can snoop. Last seen playing Rune Factory 4, mayhaps? I have often heard that game suggested. I have heard many a good thing about the Rune Factory series, but I have never gotten to touch it myself with my funny little, tiny little hands. I was playing some Rune Factory 4. What is the, pardon my way of saying it, but what is the deal with Rune Factory 4? I've heard that it's like, I don't want to call it Stardew-like, because I think, oh wait, yeah, wait, hang on. I feel like games like Stardew had inspired it. Really? Is Rune Factory post-Stardew? Why did I think Rune Factory existed before Stardew? It's my first Rune Factory. Ooh, are you having fun? Oh, I guess you said it's really fun. That's good. No, sorry. Oh? Rune Factory inspired Stardew. Oh, I see. Okay, so probably some farming, some combat, and maybe interacting with like villagers and others, and perhaps also romance, maybe, if I would guess, maybe. Pre-Stardew. Interesting. It sounds like something I would like. I do have several hundred hours in Stardew Valley. So I may be partial to something like that. Oh, Oni Mally, thank you for following. I appreciate it. It's like Harvest Moon and such. Fantasy-styled Harvest Moon. Actually, that sounds perfectly, exactly, directly right up my alley. Interesting. I may investigate. But I'm glad you guys had fun with it. That is good. Did you make any significant achievements in it? I don't really know how that works, but like to me in Stardew, like the significant achievement is like, I completed a community center thing, or I get to have the carts now, so now I can get around faster. I don't know if it has that kind of thing. Not really, just cozying around. Honestly, that in and of itself is still, you know, a victory. We deserve a little bit of relaxation. We deserve a little bit of cozying around. To beat the second boss of the game? Okay, well that is significantly probably a, what is the word I'm looking for? That is definitely something to celebrate. That is a significant achievement, I would say. I think that would fit the bill. Congrats! Good work! Yeah, milestone, that's the word I wanted. Sorry. I've been accidentally locked out of my ability to have good words today, unfortunately. It's a Monday. What do you expect? But, Mari, if you and your fellas need to do anything like the drinking or the eating or the snark-me-meing, please do so. Take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out and provide suggestions to the fellows whose designs we are critiquing, you are welcome to do so. If you want to participate in the critique, you are welcome to. But if you need to take care of yourself, please prioritize doing so. I have to lock in because I have an hour left and I have 3 designs I need to critique before the hour is over. We had 2 skip the lines where people redeem something that makes it so that I have to critique their design next in stream, and I haven't gotten through all the fellows on the thumbnail, so woo! The most locked-in EG of all time. They're gonna jingle keys at me. Which you are welcome to do also if you really want to. But we were looking for elements that we could add to make this more Plague Doctor-y, mayhaps. Yeah, there's the keys. Speaking, they will appear. Maybe the shoulder part of the outfit can mimic the layers of a typical Plague Doctor trench coat. Right now it's just flat panel, maybe it could flare a bit. You mean in this one? Or do you mean here? What do you mean? Are you talking about having, like, if they had layers, like, where's my pen? There we go. Like this, where it seems to be tiered? The left one. This left. This is the left one. Okay. Left one. Got it. Add flare on the left. Maybe I didn't exaggerate it enough. How flared are you talking? Because in some of the references I'm seeing, they do have rounded parts that seem to kind of come up pretty high. Like that, almost. I wonder if we could see that this is like a capelet also, or something, where it overlapped in front of the center part, if that might help, mayhaps. Gonna go sleep, have a good stream. Thank you! Enjoy your snark me. like vials and teeters with the off-shoulder section. Yeah, okay, hang on. Yes, we probably could add vials and things of the likes that would be things that a plague doctor may be likely to carry on them. Anxious optimism, thank you for following. I appreciate it. There we go. Here's another tier for this. I'm gonna put it so that it seems like it is coming just a little bit in front of this other element you're wearing, because I think that's how those worked. And then you could still have like, okay, here's my attachment point for the capelet that's happening around the shoulders, because it's on top of this. Looks really square, maybe it needs to look more draped. I thought it was a sweater. Ah, wait. So what you're saying is, wait, hang on, let me go like this. But if I made it like this so we can see that there's weight and it's not as stiff, would that help? Does this feel a little bit more draped? I feel like it would be a pretty stiff fabric though. What if the famous mask somewhere in the design, like a pin or a hairpiece? We do have the whole mask, but maybe it might just be good to wear the mask on the side of your head or something, which we have seen in a design we looked at a couple weeks ago. But that could just be good as a reference. Man, your hand is already in a perfect shape for me to just go. Hang on. You get bestowed with an accessory. Have a pokey stick cane. Bam. So now you can touch the bodies of the things that you are working on without putting yourself in immediate danger. Oh, wait, I get to check something off also on my bingo, which is the have to go pee pose. Your toes are so turned in. Yeah, definitely add pokey stick. That will make sense of your stance a little bit also, but let me check one thing off on bingo here. This is a monochromatic palette, so I get to check that off. This is a have to pee pose. No animal ears, no thigh highs. There are fishnets. Ooh, wait, I'm getting a couple things here. No hair clips, no chibi, no ghost. Frankenstein's monster is definitely a monster. I don't think we'll debate that about this one. I'll call that a monster. Okay, noted. Sorry, had to do a bingo side tangent. Have that on mine too. Didn't realize how P-pose was until I was drawing and already done. It's okay, I draw it all the time now too, because it looks cute. I understand it a little bit more now. It's okay to do, but it is just like a funny thing when we like call it out and we notice it. So, okay, the clothing is stitched together. Little star necklace, okay. The hat might be good. As much as it may suck to rig a hat, let me tell you, I have done some rigging and there may be some hacks for hats that make them a little bit easier, especially if your hat is really dark. The best way you could probably do your hat is if you gave it some sort of lining on the underside that is lighter, but then push the rest of it to being spot black, almost the way that your hair is. That way it's not super distracting, then it also forms like a halo around your head, making your head even more focal. But if the hat is mostly flat black and not super detailed, you won't have to worry about the rig too much, because a lot of hats are rigged by having flat circle. Wait, hang on, let me draw them. For 2D, it'll be like a flat circle with another flat circle that's a different layer that would be drawn, but then it's layered on top to be the opening where your head sits inside of it with some sort of like gradation. And then you would have your separate black circle that are drawn flat that goes behind this. And then technically when we tilt all of that forward, that becomes the brim that extends into space, right? So then that makes it less intense to try and rig, because you're tilting it forward in space, and then you just rotate your circle. You have the circle rotating like this on one deformer that is, I think, lower in the hierarchy, and then higher in the hierarchy is the deformer that makes it tilt towards us in space. And that makes it a lot easier to deal with the dimension. So, all that being said, leave me a little live 2D knower these days. Oh, crazy. But in my live 2D knowing, I would suggest the hat would probably still be a good thing maybe to add. And a hat can be very stylish, both in the more Plague Doctor inspired angle and this one, because what does a hat do if not just add more to silhouette in a fantastic way, right? Should. Like your model design reminds me of a drippy ghost or something with the hair. Thanks, I'm a mushroom. So I have a little bit of an inky cap. A little messy, but I'm glad you like it. Also, Mr. Butterfly, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Angel and devil on shoulders. Rat on one shoulder, beautiful sun on the other. True, you could have your creatures built into your design if you want. So then you could have them react to your TTS, and those things then also add to your silhouette, maybe. Not a bad idea for including. I love that the eyelashes on the mask are adding to its silhouette, which is interesting. Let me see. I wonder if there could be something you could do with your hair also to give you a little more silhouette. Like, your hair silhouette's already specific with the spikes on either side, but sometimes all it takes is just in a hoge, in a little bit of an asymmetrical manner, to add a little bit more distinction and specificity on the side of the head. If you had it so that there's also like cutouts that we can see through in the back of the design also, and we can see that on the inside of this there is also, whoops, that's not the right color, sewing that is happening. Suddenly, why can't I select green? Suddenly, this becomes negative space, which adds to your silhouette also, right? Do you see what I mean? Where we could add it like up here, where we can see that there's something else like wrapping around in this area that's not being held together properly. But now we're cutting through, adding more gaps in an interesting manner, perhaps. Gaps, perhaps. Vinbus, thank you for following also. You know, people in high school who would have pocket rats? What? They brought their rats to school in their pockets? I don't think that sounds very nice to do to a rat, but okay. Interesting. So, one of the other things you had mentioned was that you feel like you're lacking something as far as focal point or motif goes. For focal point, I think their focal point works just fine. I'm not really worried about focal point. For you, I think motif would be my concern. You are a Plague Doctor, which can function, you know, some of the elements of that can function towards your motif. Stripes, coming from the pinstriping of your pants, the bird style of mask, you've got some of the motifs that come from the Frankenstein angle, which is the stitching. But you're not really using many of those things in repeating manner over here. Other than the way that you've used the stitches to mend your pants, this does feel like an outfit that anyone could acquire and wear for the most part, which is something we do tend to want to avoid in character design. We want to make the outfit look like it is specifically designed for you and is something that is tailored to your needs and your particular character, especially in VTubing. And we don't have to be super realistic about it either, all the time. Sometimes, but not always. So you've got a teardrop shape for your belt buckle, which helps. I'm interested to know why you went with a teardrop for this, because if that's a motif, we could repeat that as well, but I'm not sure where it's coming from. We're unstoppable in the flesh. Yeah, I guess so. That man sure did carry a naked mole rat to school and somehow got away with it. I would not advise taking your pets to school. I feel like that's not very nice to them. Veggie straw. Extra skull would be neat. Skull could be good. We could also have elements that relate to the fact that you are a scientist tampering with things. I feel like gloves might be something that might work well for you here, where maybe you're wearing your accessories over top of your gloves. But let me just see, is there like a good color I could use for them? Where if you had some like really like big, almost like dishware looking gloves, you're like mad scientist-y gloves, that could work well. And then maybe we can see your nails through the gloves too. That might then feel like you are attired properly for your profession. We could even make this chunkier then. But then that adds something to your silhouette in an interesting way. I'm not being the cleanest in the way that I'm drawing this out, but even if you don't have one for both hands, you could wear one. And you could even say, all right, well, my clothing is all wrecked and ripped apart. Here's the tattered remain of this glove that is partially sewn back together, or put back together, but it's still ripped up and my fingers are exposed, so it's not actually doing a very good job of it. There are gloves with claw nails on the tips. Ooh, interesting. But yeah, gloves might be good for silhouette. What other things could we bring in from like a more modern doctor angle too, I wonder, where like, I wonder if there's some way we could make your clothing feel like it's like scrubs adjacent, or if there's something we could do that would make it feel like you are wearing something that is pretending to be something that would protect you if you're working in a lab, but you aren't. Like, we could do the classic COVID era, I'm wearing a mask. I'm totally wearing a mask. I'm wearing my mask. I'm wearing it. I'm wearing my mask. It's on. I'm wearing it. Why are you mad at me? I'm wearing a mask. Thing where they like put it around their neck and then you have to look at them and be like, it's not on your face. Put it on. Alternatively, you could probably also put it on like the bottom half of your face also. Instead, and then we've sort of sandwiched your face in between these green shapes. Also, if you're trying to conceal the fact that your face has been damaged, having a mask that you're wearing in this way could potentially also help. We tend to feel that wearing the mask partially off the face is also sort of like a slightly uncanny thing. Put like little like wrinkly things in it. But that might help also to make it feel like you are, A, you're hiding something, B, you're performing medical malpractice. Here's your little straps under here. I'm just like loosely thinking about Faust also from Guilty Gear. But now we're getting you more into like being someone who seems to be cosplaying as a modern doctor a little bit. Like the big glove idea, right outfit was supposed to be a casual, so it doesn't have to be doctor related. Oh, wait. Okay, so then my question, so this is your doctor outfit. Interesting. I mean, you could still wear some of those elements in this version, but if we brought, you know, that half mask over here, or the glove over here, you could roll your sleeve up even higher. I just thought for layering, it might be interesting over here too. COVID mask with the nose completely uncovered. Ugh. Yeah. They were pretty bad about that. Whoa! Those are pretty crazy gloves. They've got like knives on the tip of the fingers. My God. Look at the knives. That is well and truly disturbing. Imagine your doctor showing up to surgery with this, with scalpels. That would be intense. Lean into patchwork a bit. You could. I will say that I don't know how I feel about patchwork being used in designs often, because it's usually being something that is used to be a stand-in for the fact that somebody is a farmer or that somebody is poor. And there's ways of doing it that make it feel realistic, that make it feel like it's executed in a way that somebody who is repairing their clothes would actually do it. But sort of the like more basic, just flat squares, I don't know if fall into that kind of category. I would look up mending, the ways people mend their clothing for this, where maybe these need stitches over the outside of them, maybe they need more specific shapes. Maybe if we could see more areas where, like, you know, we can tell that there's something that has been, you know, some sort of seam line that's been mended, that this is patching over. Visible mending. Yeah, visible mending might be good. Your little X's are sort of sashiko adjacent, which I believe sashiko is one of the arts of visible mending that is a Japanese version. Yeah, darning. People do darn things with alternate colors than what the initial fabric was woven with, potentially. But yeah, not trying to rush too much, but how many designs are left after this one? 2. There are 2. Hi, Twiggy. Not as sold on the patches. If you think it'd be better off without them, I could take them out. Honestly, I would not be bothered if you did not have them. I don't think they're necessary. Your clothing already feels properly, don't take this the wrong way, archaic, where it feels like it's historic in a way that I think is clarifying the Plague Doctor angle enough without us needing the patches to show age. And if you're going to go for the fact that, you know, the clothing is damaged, I would suggest continuing to handle it the way that you did in your casual outfit, where you have used like the rips being sealed up by sewn X's instead. But honestly, I'm not bothered by the lack of them there. Seems fine. Your son has better hair than me. Twiggy, your hair is made out of gelatinous slug parts. I don't know what you mean by that. That's an interesting statement to make. Noted, yes, archaic is the goal. Okay. If we're going for archaic, let me just look back at my Plague Doctors again, just to see how they're doing it. How do you feel about the fact that there can be some overlap between an X and a cross? Because let me tell you something, Plague Doctors were nothing if not religious also. That's like a very important part about how they thought their healing worked. They thought that there was some religious angle going on there where they could save your soul. Jury's out on whether that works or not, but, you know, your X's are already kind of cross-like. So this could be a good opportunity for having a cross-like accessory somewhere. And if it's a cross that feels ornate in a way that we don't tend to see crosses nowadays, that could potentially also help, maybe, with adding a little bit more archaic detail. I'm gonna dress pants with stripes like that. Please don't tell her I said that. I like pinstripe dress pants. I won't tell her. I think they look swell. There could be bad stuff in the air, hence masks. Yeah, miasma. But yeah, they had the humors and stuff, and also just thought if you were morally a bad person, you were more likely to die, so that doesn't help. Meant more like how certain styles use different patterns of fabric to patch and cover the flaws, you know, make it look like it was on purpose rather than repair. Yeah, for visible mending, yes. I know what you're talking about. I'm with you. I see. But yeah, a cross necklace could be good. It seems like a lot of the stuff I'm seeing about plague doctors is very heavily influenced by Bloodborne in a way that is not necessarily accurate to the history of what these fellas looked like. It does seem like a high collar is something very common for a plague doctor. So I wonder if you had, if not an actual collar, if you did the funny little like Genshin adjacent, Genshin Impact does this, where they wear a collar that's not connected to anything. I might need to make you the shading under your chin not as intense. But you could have something here where you have, here's your cross being worn on your collar. And then if I grab like one of your other shading colors for under your chin. Oh, wait, that's not gonna work. Oh, wait, hang on. Make the edge of this brighter so we can see it against the neck. But then we're getting the high collared element of the plague clothing, which might help. Actually, I don't even know if what I just did made it clearer or less clear, but silly little fake collar might be whimsy, but also sort of archaic feeling and will connect you more with your plague doctor roots. I'm interested by the fact that plague doctors in a lot of the images I'm seeing have onions and garlic with them. I think we're conflating things here. Did plague doctors carry garlic or onions? I don't know if they did. You're still thinking the patches thing. I would say that as a doctor, many could happen on the side of the pants because of catching on sharp things, very bottom because of wear and tear. I wonder if a tattered edge on the bottom might be a better way of showing wear down here, where like if the edge is like real like ripped up and torn, like it's been damaged over time, you could also darken the edge of it with just like something that's a little bit less saturated. Once again, we're dirtying up, but like we're dirtying you up in sort of a different way. Now these pants have been sort of dragged through a mess a little more. Plus a good touch for separating light to dark and light of the skin. I love it. It is helping make the head stand out a little bit more as well, making the contrast push more. Some of the dried flowers, good smell, was thought to be good for health. Dead people kind of smell bad. True. They did accidentally build an air filter also by passing the air through all those herbs, which I think is why the masks kind of worked a little bit, but not completely. Yeah, they did put things in the snoot of the mask and the snout. What else did plague doctors have? It seems like they were fond of carrying lanterns also, which is interesting, but I don't know if that's particularly helpful to what we're doing right now here. So either way, I do think that we do need more specificity in the motifs that we're using over here. But I think this might be good for this outfit, potentially, where it does feel Plague Doctor inspired. With the mask, if it was worn off the side of the head, that would help. With a hat, that would also help. There's ways to rig a hat so it wouldn't be hail on Earth to try and rig. But I do wish we look anyway. So there's the bottom, add some interest. Yeah, a little bit of interest. For your casual clothing, I still feel like we need some things that are more specific for it. Like, this is a belt that I think I have in my closet, minus the buckle. Which is to say, I guess we're both kind of stylish, but there's things we can do to make the clothing feel more distinctly your own, which comes into layering, which is sort of why I was putting the glove in here. If you have more layers, that feels a little bit more fancy often. Where like, if we're going for a casual outfit, what if you had like a side bag, like one of those like fanny pack bags that is what carries your funny little vials that you're using to keep yourself and other creatures alive, or just other things in it. We're modernizing the doctor aesthetic or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there. Grab like a purple. But that's gonna add asymmetry, which might be nice for this part of the outfit. And like, this doesn't have to sit super high on the body. But if you have like, oh, here's my little fanny pack here, stylish. You could have your vials or something contained within it, off-the-shoulder coat, dark heavy coat or side bag for right-hand outfit. Those could be good things also. We don't necessarily have to go with that kind of bag. Did I just turn off other things I had done? I don't think I did. Okay, wait, did I? No. But yeah, an overcoat could be good for layering. The off-shoulder coat is frequently done in VTuber designs, so if you're going to design an off-shoulder coat, make sure that you are paying very close attention to the shape you're using for it, to the motifs you're repeating in it, whether you're bringing the stripes back, or adding more of the X's, or adding bird-like elements to it to reference the Plague Doctor part of the mask or something. Do something with it if you're to bring a jacket in to make it distinct, because VTubing is full of many an off-the-shoulder jacket. Potentially. For the casual, can you help the silhouette by increasing the hair volume? You potentially could, but the contrast of the wide shoulders with the head being sort of smaller, I do think is working to help make the head more focal. So I'm not sure if the increasing the hair would be super helpful for silhouette, unfortunately. But maybe. You could tie a belt around the leg maybe somewhere, and that could cinch the pants in to provide more contrast in the silhouette. Stream a little late. Is the vibe supposed to be evil or good for the character? I feel like it's supposed to be a little bit ambiguous, where you're still supposed to be cute and friendly to a viewer perhaps, but at the same time, you are undead and you are creating chaotic creatures who are brought back to life, and you're doing unethical experiments. Doctor's coat turned into a cape. That could be interesting if we're talking modern, but I don't know if that's as casual as this outfit is calling for, perhaps. Love Orpal. Orpal is good. But my suggestion would be sort of generally more layers, more layering here. I do have to keep this moving, unfortunately, or I will, not finish today. Hang on. I will start grading though. So, as we were saying, for concept and motifs, I do think we need to work more of the Plague Doctor elements in to make it clearer in the outfit. And I think you need to just accessorize a little bit more. So that'll come into a different category. But more Plague Doctor, more repetition of motifs. For silhouette, your silhouette on the left one is not bad. I would say that that one is relatively distinct, but it could still be stronger. Adding a hat, adding capelet, adding the glove, like we had done, are all things that could make it stronger and more asymmetrical, which would be beneficial also. For complexity versus clarity, the detail level is okay, but the details need to be more specific to you, perhaps. For an undead and chaotic doctor, would be too clean, perhaps. Add a coat, maybe a faint feather pattern or ravens, nothing too visible, but just to give some texture. I would agree with that. I would say that could be an interesting angle to go with. Focal point, I think, is totally fine. But then your color palette on the left, specifically, you had things that were a little bit too low contrast. They could use a little more contrast, perhaps. Cacophony, or cacophony? Oh, cacophony. Thank you for following. Sorry, I'm a little bit too locked in. I missed you, but I appreciate you following. And sorry, I said your name wrong twice. I have a teacher debuff for saying names. But I would say that's probably about the spread for points awarded here. What do you have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? It's about, seems to be there. I think it was the average for today. Whoops, give me a layer, please. There we go. Yippee! Yeah, more raggedy edges, more vague faded stains. Yes, dirty it up more. I think that could also be just generally a good suggestion. Awesome, thank you. A lot of good ideas. I'm glad we could help. Thank you for submitting and for skipping the line. Congrats on your line skip. Round of applause for you. Let me file, save as. I don't save over the original Clip Studio format. Bam. That's 2 skipped lines in one day. Crazy. Let me close these elements out and keep us moving. I may go over just a little bit today, but hopefully not too much. We'll see. Okay, so now Mara Mizi. I psyched you out last time. By I mean not me. We together, by the power of Shroommates, psyched everyone out. Now, Mara Mizi, she, they, at Mara Marart, Mara Marart, or Marmar Art. Well, wait, I think I might have spelled this wrong in the YouTube description. I'll have to check. But welcome to Mao's live broadcast. I am a Tabi Neko Mao. a mage of an alien race that lives in the big black vacuum space and escaped, ditched, my responsibilities as a high-ranking government official because I got sick of getting my paychecks cut. Space capitalism, am I right? To fulfill meaningless tasks such as making hangover cures, bringing my coworkers back from the dead, and fighting the zergs that break into my library. Anyways, now that I'm free, I ran away. Welcome all. That's cute. That's cute. Space theme. Surrounding astronomy. Also, super cat themed. I think the breed I chose was a serval. I very obviously haven't completed the full render, so every critique is appreciated. I never had formal design classes, just drew what I like. Haha. I'm also making models for my friends so I can build a commissions example sheet. I can rig by myself too. Congrats, yippee, that's a lot of work. Hoping to gain insight to improve the quality of my stuff and start live streaming. And for questions, I was wondering if my design was cohesive enough, whoops, I'm blocking with my big ol' hand. Cohesive enough or looked odd in any ways. I tried to stick to a color palette, red, white, blue, purple, etc. I didn't really know how to make the silhouette appear more recognizable. The bow is one thing, but that's pretty much all that sets the design apart, but I guess it's fine because it's for myself. Sorry this was super long submit, but please critique very harshly. I want to improve a lot. Also love your videos. With love from Mars, Meezy. Thank you! I'm glad you like them. Don't worry, we'll get into it. We'll get into all the angles here. Let me eat my veggie straw in my hand real quick. Munch. Munch crunch. So, for motifs. I see the cat motif repeating. Here's a cat head here. These are cat ears repeating in this area. We got the bell here. We've got the ends of the ribbon turning into cute little toe beans. I see it. For the serval angle, what in the world does a serval look like? I will say, I looked at you and I thought you were a wolf. So I don't know if you're giving serval. Is this Lolita / OG fashion and star motif? I would say probably. Oh, if you're a serval, where are the spots? Servals are long cats. Yeah. The way that the hair has been drawn in the ears makes it look wolf-like. If we take a look at what a serval looks like, they have really long, wispy fur that seems to run almost parallel out of the center of the ear, and the ears are really rounded at the tip. So I do think one of my critiques would be to pay closer attention to shape for ears. When you are designing a creature, you have to really pay attention to mimicking the shape of things like ears very closely. Otherwise, you will end up with something that looks like something else, unfortunately. So, round those ear tips out a bit, and that'll make you feel less wolf-like, perhaps. And then for the ears on the inside, I would say that you may need to re-render your fur so that it's cutting, whoops. Hello? Can I please have this color? There we go. Cutting across in like a more wispy way, like it seems like serval ears are. Because having all this interior ear fluff concentrated sort of low in the ear, I think is also what's making you feel like a wolf, potentially. Just let me just add a little bit more specificity, but this is something I suggest everyone do if they are creating a VTuber design based on an animal, is to take very close notes as to what makes that particular animal look like itself. I think that's helping a little bit. But secondarily, servals also have light-colored ears, it seems like. So for as much as you can have dark hair, it may also help to make your ears the more classic, like, beige color that serval ears are. And you already have gold in your palette, so you could reuse some of these colors here and then add those spots back into the ears. This might be a little bit brighter than what I want. Maybe like that, maybe? It's a little saturated. Hang on. Let me fine-tune a color fast quick here. But if you make the ears a lighter color, this might be better, and then save that darker brown for the spots, that would also help to clarify what kind of animal you are. Potentially, too. Tail doesn't really give serval either. Oh, that's true. The tail is not really specifically serval-like at all. It is very wolf-like, because it looks like it's just made of hair, which is rather interesting. I wonder if this person, because they said they think they were based on a serval, that suggested that they may have forgotten what they are based on, which is interesting thing to suggest. But if that is the case, then maybe they were not based on a serval. Maybe they were just meant to be a wolf originally. But making the tail more specific would be good also. So let me finish just sort of coming in here with this. And then, you know, using the browns of the hair to be the spots that aren't really shaped like spots. They're kind of like this. And I don't think they're super symmetrical. But the spots already make that feel way less wolf-like. We'll just cover this whole tail entirely. Let me cover that and just remove this. Cats aren't especially known for having really bushy tails. There we go. Forgetting is so real. Honestly, understandable. Let me grab this color that I used up here and put it behind the body again, and technically, if you have long hair, the tail would still be coming from within the hair. So the tail wouldn't be behind the hair either. The tail would be like in here. Servals don't even have that long of a tail either. Serval tails are like that. Maybe. They're not super long, and then I'll erase out where it was sort of over the dress. Whoops, almost. Not just servals. Some breeds have bushy tails. Just not servals. Oh, yeah. Just not servals. Servals don't have bushy tails. Servals have what seems to be a dark end on the tail with things that are kind of almost like stripes. But I guess they are just sort of like elongated spots, like this. I'm not doing the most specific job with drawing this, but there. So now I think we wouldn't really have as many questions about the fact that you are a cat, that you are a serval. I think that solves it. So that's step one. Consider star-shaped spots. Oh, that'd be cute for the motif if all the spots were star-shaped. I like that idea. That's called repetition of motif, which we love to see. Let me star these up a little bit. And like, they don't have to even be super obviously star-shaped, but if they were just like a subtle star shape, that could be cute too. Oh, let me bring them back. Hang on, there we go. Clean them up, but yeah, that's cute. I like this idea. Thank you, Zany. Sort of loosely starring them. They already were kind of star-shaped, but there we go. Subtle stars. Or make a cat version of my OC. I might steal that, Zany. There you go. Free ideas for all. So, okay. Cat elements. I will say there are some clarity troubles also happening, but I want to tackle silhouette first, because if we remove all of the things that I had just done and do a silhouette check here, you're just your hair, unfortunately. The hair has no negative space in it, and the hair has completely consumed all of your silhouette, because you have a lot of interesting silhouette moments that could be happening in your clothing from your skirt shape and your sleeves and things like that, but they're all being completely consumed by the hair. The hair does consume all. So let me bring back my edits up here. Bam. There we go. So with all of these being brought back, my suggestion would be to carve your hair out a little bit more. So that way we get a little bit more of your clothing. So right now this is really far off the side of your body. I don't know if it needs to be that far here. So then we can get this little bit of your, it's like collar area, this bit of your top, to be something that adds to silhouette. And then down here, we could expand the silhouette out more if we really wanted to. But if I'm being honest, I don't think the super duper uber long hair is really benefiting you very much. I'm gonna suggest something radical. We're gonna make radical changes here. I am going to suggest that you can have like some long pieces of hair in the front that are sort of drifting around in a way that feels like they're a little bit weightless. Maybe. But I'm getting rid of all of this, because I think you may be somebody who might work better to have your hair pulled up a little bit. Oh ho ho, hello. Big loud noises. Oh, hi! Welcome in, Raiders! That noise surprised me, and for some reason my brain didn't register what it was very quickly. Hi, Raiders, welcome in! I am Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Today, I am doing VTuber design critiques. We are looking at Mara, who is a serval alien. And right now we are working on making some modifications to her silhouette, but welcome in. How is your stream? Shroommates, thank you for rotating for the Raiders. Please continue to rotate to welcome them in. And thank you, mods, for reading the shout out. Let me see. Ace Mimio, I'm so sorry. I have teacher debuff and I will misread everybody's username given the opportunity. But I think I got it right now. Recently streamed co-working and studying and repo. I didn't know there was a co-working specific category on Twitch. That's interesting. I'm gonna log that into my mind. Did some art? Happy to raid you. Oh, Shroommates, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Oh, I know Cotton Candy Floss heard that. Oh, I see Chocolate Rama heard that. Isn't that cool? It is! I didn't know that! I see that the Shroommates are figuring out. They're catching the drift. There they go. Hey, Ace. Would you care to maybe pay a little bit of art tax, mayhaps? Art tax is just where we offer the opportunity if you want to share the thing that you created on stream with us. You are welcome to do so, if you would like. And you can do that either by like sending us a link to like a Discord image or something else similar. Oh my gosh, I just got double rated. I got rated on YouTube also. Shroommates, rotate again. But yeah, can I show you a final and a work in progress? Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you want to show us, you're welcome to do so. Yeah. But here, we gotta welcome in. Hi, Mara. How are you? How was your stream? I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. And we're doing VTuber design critiques today. And I am working on making some modifications to the silhouette of Mara right now. We're giving her a haircut for all intents and purposes right now. Hi, Mawa Wade. I like your purple hearts. Yummy art. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for the art. We just got rated Mara right before you got here too, so we're keeping an eye out for some art tax from that one. But we'll keep an eye out for you fellas as well. How was your stream? I hope it was swell as well. But for fellas who are involved in either raid, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are more than welcome to do so, but please prioritize looking after yourselves. I beg of thee. Hello. Also, Query Ball, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I wonder if the Mara raid people heard me. I feel like accidentally with YouTube, I jumped the gun. I feel like they aren't actually here the immediate second that I see that they've raided. I think it takes a second. Were you guys able to hear me say hello and introduce myself and all of that? I fear that I jump the gun sometimes and that I'm too quick with it and that the raiders don't hear me welcome them in potentially properly. I don't know. But anyways, look, the Twitch Shroommates rotate for you. They're rotating to welcome you. No, Moobot! That was allowed! No, you're good, you're good, you're good. Moobot is overzealous and mean. Shroommates, jostle Moobot for me, please. As a punishment. Hang on. Doing VTuber crits her my model design, kind of? Hang on, let me get that one, and let me get the other thing that you had sent me. Ooh, wait, your art style is really neat. Hang on. Bam, let me grab these down here. Your art style is so neat. It's like paper cutout style almost. That's cool. Yeah, Moobot's a little bit overprotective, unfortunately. Aiden, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Paper tuber. That's so neat. Hang on, look at this. Look at the style here. These little flowers remind me of Rafflesia, or Rafflesia, how do you say it? The flower that smells like meat? But look at the layering. Look at the texture. Ooh. Let me grab the other one. Oh, cute little guy. This one's animated, and I can't paste the animations in with it, but just imagine for me, if you will, all the little spirals are jiggling a little bit. They're line boiling, but look how cute. I love the paper cutout. It's nice. Find it funny that you're drawing a Mara and I'm a Mara. Yeah, we're editing a Mara and you are a Mara. It's Mara time. But look how cute these are. These are so nice. The flower smells like what? Meat. It smells like meat. It's how it attracts flies. It can eat because it's carnivorous, I believe. I don't know if that's what the flower actually was in that one, but the spots remind me of it. But these are so cute. The colors are so nice and saturated and the style is really good. Thank you for sharing them with us. What the heck? Truemates, say thank you for the delicious art snack, please. I'm sure you're already saying thank you and clapping and making hearts and all that, but do more of it, probably, hopefully, please. Thank you so much, of course. Thank you for raiding. If, as I said before, if you and the fellows who raided in with you or with Mara need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourself. So you want to stick around and hang out, you are always welcome here. You're welcome to help us with our critiquing, but please prioritize looking after yourselves. Those able to raid, been a while. Welcome back. Good looking at finding food to eat, but I'm lurking. Enjoy your food. Thank you for dropping your fellows off. I'll take good care of them, don't worry. You here listening and eating? Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta go fast. We have one more design to look at after this one, and I feel like I actually haven't made like a third of the suggestions I want to. I'm not fast as a person. Ah! I was gonna suggest for this one, so hair. Instead of making it be like super duper long, you're from outer space. We can make the hair feel like it's like anti-gravity-y and real drifty and wispy in a cute way, you know? Where it's sitting in front of the body if it's gonna be here. That way it's now adding to the silhouette in an interesting manner, right? And then if you want to have hair behind you, I might suggest having some way that it's like little like pigtails or something. So then those can also be like wispy. So you can still have hair that is long, and maybe this hair like drifts around mayhaps, but then it's adding to your silhouette instead of detracting from it. Let me just scribble this in real quick. I'm not going to flesh this out as beautifully as I possibly could. If I spent more time on it, it'd probably look better. But yeah, wispy, defying gravity, floaty, silhouette-y. Yeah, artists aren't known for being fast. Fair, but there are definitely some artists who are really fast. It is just not me. Anything that is worth doing really slowly is the thing I often tell myself. I know that they say that anything that is worth doing badly, I think is the more popular version of that saying, but which I do agree with, but for me, I have to remind myself that it's worth taking my time with things. But there we go. So now, hair adds to silhouette in an interesting way, where now I would say you're probably relatively discernible in silhouette from being drawn this way. The next thing that I think we are going to have to solve is the fact that your head isn't focal, it's your chest. This big old red bow right here, so focal. Red is the highest chroma color out there. If you put every color at maximum saturation all in the same area, our eyes are going to snap to the red area first. It's just so distracting. Red is such a nice color though. So I'm wondering if there's some way that we could repeat that red color, if we're looking for ways we can add to your hair. A cute little hairband, maybe with like a ribbon or something on it. Might fit with your style. I recently saw something that was interesting, and I don't know if my Lolita knowers are still here, but for a proper Lolita cord, you are supposed to have a head accessory of some sort often. I don't know if it's necessarily an 100% you have to have it thing, but it is like encouraged. And that's why you see a lot of Lolita cords with a ribbon in the hair, or some specific clips, or some sort of little hat, or something of the likes. Isn't Lolita, this is idol fashion. Still similar thing I'm drawing from though, is that often idol fashion also has hair accessories. But similarly, something in hair. Doesn't have to be a ribbon exactly the same as your other one, but if you do, asymmetry! So then the red is more distributed. Bow could be a light purple or blue. This could be a different color, but I enjoy the red in the color palette. I feel like we just need to distribute it a little bit more. And then push it back on the chest so it's not as intense. That is the first color most civilizations started giving a name after light and dark. Really? Hey, well, as Axel in Kingdom Hearts would say, red is the color that travels the furthest. Didn't see the paws on the bow? Yeah, they are cute, aren't they? And then the paws on the bell, too, where you could have, like, another repeat of the bell up here, maybe. Oop, hang on, not that color. Bow / cat clips. Yeah, we could have more accessories in the hair. That is something that I guess would work well, more so for idol fashion, too, is clips. Little, like, details on there. But yeah, you could have, you've got these little cat-shaped things here. You could have a cat shape clip in the hair or something, but if we add more detail around the face, that'll help pull the focus up to the face. Also, yeah, I do have it memorized, don't worry. Underwater, red is the color that fades the most. Interesting. So maybe it doesn't always go the furthest. What could be light purple or blue? We could change the undertone of this bow just a little bit, and that might help. Not maybe taking it fully out of red, but if I go like this, and I won't make it this intense, but if I gradate some purple in from the edges, maybe. I'm gonna blend it out so it's not as intense also, but that way it'll frame the face instead. That sort of just is desaturating it, I guess, but I feel like that is helping. I'm not sure that's the nicest way of doing it. They may need to be darker if I'm gonna do that, where I might need to have like a multiply layer doing something similar in here. This would be too much, but I'll make it less in a second. Do the edits count as twin tails? Technically, we usually only score them if they were in the original version of the design, but maybe in this case they could. Putting this just like a little bit more maroon, maybe? Let's see. Blur that out. This is helping. The face area feels now more like it's glowing. So I think this is helping. If they do, it's bingo. Congrats on your bingo. Ooh. I think they were a sailor from Sailor Moon. Interesting. But there we go. We framed the face. Let me put some grades down because we do have only like 15 minutes left. But focal point. I can't give you any points for focal point. The bow is so red and so bold. There's no looking away from it. And for your silhouette, if you didn't have the ears, you would just be hair blob, unfortunately. Although you do almost qualify as bullet also. Man. But the color design is really nice. The color combo of the purple and red is really enjoyable to me, as well as with the brown. I feel like we don't see as much brown hair as I might wish a lot of the time in VTubing, although we saw a couple today. Adding this tan that is reflective of the gold for, you know, harmony reasons and also to make it clear what animal you are is good also, but I didn't really have too much in the way of clarity issues other than where the sleeve is touching this one side. So that's not too bad. As far as concept goes, so I guess complexity I'd put like here. I guess I'm able to read things pretty okay. For cosmic motifs, you're reading as the complete wrong animal, unfortunately, but I do see the cat motif references, so I'll put you right here, maybe. But I did also just like the design, and I thought you were rather endearing. We'll do a ladder, don't worry. I was just trying to stream of conscious, get all my grades here. And I've drawn a triangle somehow. That is a very interesting silhouette for a grade shape. Let me do a ladder test. To do the ladder test, I gotta turn off everything I had done and bring back the original. I don't think I ladder tested anyone today. Dude, this is a truly locked out EG day, unfortunately. Bam, okay. Whoops, make that bigger, please. And I'll do it in green. Are you having me do the ladder test because you need it for bingo? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Okay, those things provide sort of symmetrical something happening. These are diagonal. All through here, that's flat. Bottom of sleeves. Bottom of those. This is only over here. This is all the way across. 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 Chin! The bottom of your hair kind of makes an interesting angle. Your eyes, your bangs, the top of your head, top of your ears. How do you feel about this one? Still a cute design though? No, it is definitely still a cute design. Ow. Thunk. Red gloves would help a lot. Ooh, red gloves might also be cute. But I would say not a climbable ladder by any stretch. We've got big old diagonal situation happening right here. We have clustering up here around the face, which is good. That's where we want it. We've got a good variety of gap sizes. Good. Ladder passes for me. Where was I? Oh, here. Red gloves. Especially if I made the gloves the same way that, or made them similar in color to this, where it's technically red, but not completely red. I'm getting distracted. Technically, I need to just finish grading, but cute little gloves if they were like meep, 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 right? That would also distribute the red a little bit more for unity's sake, which might be nice. I'll be kind of quick about this, I say, as I draw with the smallest brush known to mankind. There. Cute little glove. Cute little glove. Bam, bam, finger. Yeah, there we go. Got it. What if one of the ears had a red ribbon thing? It could. I was just thinking that having it as like a headband might be cuter to add some asymmetry, but you could do that also, potentially. Would red gloves attract focus to the hands? Not too much. I've made them dark enough that I don't think that they're too distracting. But let me do a final count here. 2, 4, 5 and a half, 6 and a half. I don't think I'm gonna get bingo. I think I'm doomed. I think I'm not gonna get bingo in any way, shape, or form. But good work, Mara. Maybe a bow in the tail. Ah, bow in the tail could work. Also, if we wanted to repeat the red color, could do the like make it like really big and droopy or something. More red accessories. You could have your paw things come back too if you wanted, that are on the ends of it. But yeah, sure, why not? As long as it's not as saturated as the red around your head is, you'll be okay wherever you put it to make it not super duper focal. But yeah, good ideas, Shermates. Give me a round of applause here for Mara. And I gotta move us into our last one. We're gonna be like speed runners, speed racer. I gotta check also because I believe I was delivered the correct version of the designs. I believe the version I have in the thumbnail is wrong. It's not the most recent. Let me close the other designs we're not gonna get to. Man, I really thought we'd get through a bunch today. I was locked out. The yap was too strong. Let me go back in time and see. Let me grab where Astrium is. Ah, okay. I'm not sure you've... Other than the fact that it looks like you may have redrawn it, I don't think the character design actually changed between these versions. Other than the fact that you're not wearing the hat anymore in any version. So let me just hide this. Paste this in. Oh, and it's a similar size too. Hang on. Let me... Oh, I guess the hat is optional over here, but I'm gonna go like this and airbrush in the background color so I can read my text that I had imported. Let's see. Did you have any notes about anything changing to the concept? No. Okay. So this is Rainy Weekend. He/they, I think, is the artist, but I think the character's name is Astrium. Good stylization of the A for logo. That works. So lore bits. Astrium exists only in a world of someone's mind, mine, whose job it is to organize and retrieve memories shaped like stars in an endless ocean of galaxies. We get a lot of stars today. He and one other character make up the entire skeleton crew of their merry little ship, and they only have each other. Astrium is ship captain, unfortunately. Unfortunately. As they're very stupid, silly, and dramatic. The ship is caught on fire at least 6 times, and his friend thinks that he causes trouble just for the fun of it. In the truth, he doesn't actually know how to do his job very well and plays up his personality to cover up for being a bit of a fraud. They started streaming in order to secretly learn how to be better at their job and also to make the ship feel less lonely. Question I wanted to ask, do you think the motifs are strong enough, especially the pirate aspects? His clothes are influenced by OG fashions. They're supposed to be a little pirate/sailor adjacent. Also just like the style, but not pirate-y exactly, because he's only pretending to be one. I would say I don't have any trouble guessing that this fella's a pirate. The big off-the-shoulder, like, jacket situation does work pretty well. Oh, hang on. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for giving Astrium a sub. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for our anonymous gifter? Thank you. He is very cute, I agree. But I will say, the collar, the poet-style blouse, the shorts, and the knee-high boots are all working very well to span both OG fashion and pirate angles. So I'm not having any trouble, determining that. And then also I see the mention of Howl. I think the Howl adjacent color palette with the pink, the gold, and the blue does also make us think of pirates sometimes also too. Oh, we're trying to be Karma Chaos by their own admittance. Oh. Oh. Having to admit that was you. But thank you. Actually checked Anna, and that's okay. Very kind of you, Karma Chaos, for gifting them a sub. SEO is competing with Astrium, which is a European aerospace company. Ooh, oh boy. Love the split back of the shoulder cape, lovely. I am also a fan of it. It's adding some interesting asymmetry too, which is good. The cape being lower on one shoulder than the other is nice. You've also, by doing it this way, made it possible for you to have a 3D model where your 3D modeler won't hate you. If this was straight flat across the back, connected, a 3D modeler would be very unhappy to try and rig this, but you separated it, so I'm going to thank you personally. Not that you potentially have thoughts about being 3D, but if you ever do, it's possible. I do think that you are getting the silly angle quite well through the color palette you chose. You've got a primary palette, which we tend to associate with youth and, you know, a little bit of silliness we associate it with grade school often. But, you know, a playful, bright hair color with a lot of colors worked into it works well. The choppiness and asymmetry of the hair also is helping with that. The cravat is kind of funny to me because I think it's just attached to the front of the shirt, where this technically would wrap around the neck, but I think it's fine that it's just pinned on. Big, giant, exaggerated sleeves. And the cape, the silhouette is probably pretty good and identifiable. Umbrella's good. Yeah, the umbrella is very cute and star-shaped. You did a great job with the motifs. Rainbow in the hair. Yeah, the rainbow is in the hair. Yeah, no, the motifs are good. It's like a clip-on tie. Oh my god, that's so funny. If it's a clip-on tie, one of the things that... Oh, I wonder if there's some way that we could make it clear that that's what it is, that it's a clip-on cravat, because that's so funny. I love that. Clip-on cravat. I wonder if you could have, like, also, like... This might be too much, but, like, a fake parrot. Like, have you seen when people wear the Halloween costume of a pirate, and they have the fake parrot? You don't even need, like, a whole fake parrot. If you just had, like, feathers on your shoulder. Or what do they say? Stick a feather on your cap and call it a macaroni. You're pretending to be something you aren't. Star pupil, star pin, yeah. Flat PNG of a parrot. Yeah, like, if you had a pin on your jacket, like, on the corner up here that was a parrot, that might be funny. You can't actually get a parrot to befriend you, despite being so funny and silly, because they detect that you are truly not a captain. They can see right through you. The parrots are too smart. But, like, we already learned, I don't know what a parrot looks like. I have aphantasia, so I could Google a parrot, but just for quickness, this is, believe me, that's a parrot on your shoulder. Sure. And it would talk for TTS? Sure. But if you had some sort of pin, that could be kind of funny and cute for it. Squeaky toy parrot. See, those might make it too obvious that he's not a real pirate. But yeah, clip-on parrot could also be cute. There's a number of angles we could do that could make something kind of funny out of it. But yeah, parrot would be good. I can tell that you're a pirate, and I think it is the off-the-shoulder cape situation that's helping a lot of that. The OG-style ruffles in the pants are good for distributing the pink pretty well. I wonder if, because your name is Rainy, you have the umbrella, I wonder if there could be some way that we could also make, like, your buttons, like, raindrop shaped or something, because they just feel a little bit plain for how designed everything else is, but, like, that's such a minimal thing going on. That is so truly so minimum. And then for this, I wonder if this was, like, a corded rope, if that might also just clarify some of the detail of it too. Let me, like, cord your rope across the chest here that's holding this on. I don't know if I'm doing a fantastic job of drawing that, how that might work, but yeah. Hologram parrot, oh my god. Wooden parrot that talks through text-to-speech would be funny, like a puppet parrot, oh my god. Wait, can you imagine a hand puppet parrot? Like a sock puppet or something? Where, you know, we're a little lonely on the ship. We're not having fun. So we have made a little hand puppet of a parrot. So then you could have a posed version of your model, which has the hand there and it goes meet, meet, meet to talk to you like the parrot. But it's just your character doing like a pitched up verse where they're trying to pretend to do a parrot accent. Is that too much? Maybe. Is it silly and could also be fun and goofy? Maybe also. But yeah, trying to do ventriloquism, yeah. I feel like that could be a pretty decently silly angle there. Yeah. We'll just write that as a note, maybe. Parrot. Pinned on shoulder? Sock puppet? Great work on my part, also, by writing this note in the hardest to discern color I possibly could have, so let's make that legible. There we go. Better. Don't mind my spelling. Or don't mind my illegible handwriting. I can do better later. But I'm trying to be quick. Imaginary friend parrot, space fantasy parrot. We're all pretty intent on you having a parrot, so I'm sorry, but I think a parrot does need to become an accessory here. But, okay. Exaggeration is decent. Honestly, I really don't have... I feel like there's some things I can already start grading right now, which is that the color palette is scrumptious. I'm not having any clarity issues. The fact that the color palette works well and fully without any shading means you're good. Level of detail, I think, feels functional for the fact that this is a VTuber design. It doesn't feel over-designed. All the details that are here either serve to clarify the OG fashion style or the subtle parrot influence or the sailing angle of it. Works out. Silhouette, well and truly, grandly exaggerated in a way that I would say that I enjoy personally. Somebody who enjoys exaggerated design. You've got some good natural asymmetry throughout. You're a good one to do at the end here because this is really quick. There's not really a lot that I would suggest to change other than the fact that we have some, like, suggestions of things that could make it stronger as far as just more funny, silly little things for the concept goes, but honestly, you'd still be fine without them probably. A lot of trickster characters have an instrument, like a little pipe or a reed flute. Ah, are you thinking of like Peter Pan, mayhaps? With having that, but that could be a good angle if you want to have just like a little instrument on you. That puts you a little bit more into the bard angle maybe, but not a bad idea. Many a sailor would carve some sort of little like whistle out of maybe, was it like whalebone, I think? Or the driftwood? From far away, the face and hair kind of blend together because the paler rainbow colors on the face. Ah, see, there we go. You are so right, Riraku. Thank you. Hang on, let me put a couple of the grades I just had down, but yeah, we might need to modify that a little bit. That'll come into color palette. But silhouette, no concerns. Complexity versus clarity, also no concerns. We are finding ways you could push your concept a little bit, but honestly, it'd be so incredibly picky of me to not give you full points for that. Always good to have somebody on a cell phone. True. Thank you for looking at this from very far away. So, yeah, value-wise, the hair and the skin tone, very similar. Let me just do my classic little slurp of your saturation. You're not permitted it any longer. I'm taking it away. You've lost saturation permission. Bam. Oh no! Look at that! They're so similar in value. Uh-oh. You might just need to do a little bit of a, what do they call it? It's not ghost roots. Ghost roots are when it's lighter. Darker roots to the hair, maybe? So we can clarify it a little bit more. Which we may be able to do while still keeping you pastel. Let me go like this and go like this, maybe. And then on a multiply layer, ooh, I should put it down here. Just feather out something darker from where it's closer to your head. Uh-oh, hang on. That I need to change the color of. I'll change the color. This is not the color. And I'll blend it out. But also your eyebrows may benefit from being darkened, and then like a little bits of like some of where it's around your face. Like this might be all you need to do to clarify it, but not this color. Hang on, let me solve this. Oh, my airbrush is like 8 million times the size of my screen right now. That's good. First step, blend. Actually, wait, that's not that bad. It's kind of watermelon-y. But now I can make it out a little bit better. Yeah, shadow roots. Yeah, shadow roots. That's what I wanted. I was gonna hue shift this, edit, tonal correction, like a little bit more purple undertoned, so it feels like it's just more of your rainbow gradient. Like that, maybe. So I'd say that's helping a little bit more from a distance. Yeah. Love the model you show. Astream did a good job. So that seems to help. Oh yeah, wait, that helps quite a bit. I think the last thing that we should talk about is probably going to be focal point, because you're right, there was that one color palette thing with the hair, so I can't give you full points, but your color palette is well chosen. The final thing is going to be focal point. And I'm wondering how much of this is going to change based on the shading. But right now, because the hair has so many different colors, it is helping the head to be more focal, but the ribbons on your wrist are competing a little bit, as are the ones on your hips. But I'm wondering if this is something where, you know, once you start actually shading the design in, grab like this color, and these just get a little bit more depth to them, then the hair, because it has more colors in it, will make it more focal potentially. Let me just scribble a little bit just to see if that's helping. Like, all of this would be pushed back so it's lower in the design. White shirt. Is the white shirt really focal to you? I don't know if I'm really looking to the white shirt that much. I'm being grabbed by the high saturation, but that could be potential. Tita, thank you for following. Also, Advisor Visor, thank you for following. Sorry I missed you. We were trying to figure out the anonymous gifter situation, I think, right when you'd followed. But thank you for following. Welcome in. I appreciate it. What is this character on my fridge? Well, the character's going on my fridge, so I guess we could share, maybe. Look, right above the shorts. Ah, is it the cluster of detail here, maybe, that's drawing you to that area? I guess I could understand that. I wonder if you may need some type of hair accessory, maybe? I mean, the hat, honestly, would make the head way more focal because it's providing a dark color to frame the hair against. You did have a hat over here if I get rid of my text and this thing. Hat, which is optional, but the hat provides a nice big shape to frame the face. It's white in another part of the design. So the hat maybe does not need, does the hat need to be optional? Maybe the hat just needs to be there, period, in general. Maybe. Feather hat? Yeah, the hat. See, there is a hat, but I do think maybe the hat just needs to be a permanent part of it. Because the hat also being so big and so floppy, I feel like also is something that can play up the angle of not really knowing what he's doing also, perhaps. Mostly because it's the spot with the least color. Ah, that's true, where this doesn't have as much color. With some shading, I feel like this would also be pushed back a bit more than it is now, too, so it wouldn't be as distracting. But I do think the hat, also with its exaggeration and being the biggest brown area of the design, because it might be bigger than the shorts, would help make the head more focal, too. So, you're right. I don't think we can give the head full points for focal point right now, but it's not too far off. Put it here, maybe. How to be a toggle, so it might block the screen, but helps with focal point, I'll keep it on. You can make it a toggle if you are on stream. We're only gonna be able to see you from like here up probably anyways, in which case I don't think I'm as distracted by the other elements. So if you do need to toggle it off when you're in half body, it won't be as much of a trouble as far as focal point goes, because from here, I'm looking at your head, I'm looking at your eyes, all the detail in your eyes helps. All the detail in your hair helps too, all the silhouette that's happening from your hair standing up in the back, almost like a parrot's crest, all helps. I do think it works. But yeah, do allow yourself the freedom of making the hat toggleable. I've seen some fellas struggle with not having toggleable hats, and the fact that they, yeah, do in fact block some things, so don't worry about that too much. But for focal point, from a distance especially, hat good. Hat very good. For silhouette also, hat good. But I think that's a grade, and then also you get to go in the fridge because I just saw the design and I thought it was rather quaint. It was rather stand out to me. So I grabbed it because we were just doing random critiques today, and for as much as you probably could have gotten tossed into an aquatic critique, I don't know if that would fit. I don't know what critique I would have put you in otherwise. We don't really, aquatic doesn't really span captain. You're not red enough to be red, you're not blue enough to be blue. I think a random day is the right day for you. Wow. Wow. Rhymes. Rhyme master somehow. But what is this? What is the grade here? 2, 4, 6, 7. 2, 4, 6, 7. 8.5. 9.5. Ooh. Ooh. High grade. One of the highest grades we've had on the new rubric for sure. Which, congrats. We'll do a round of applause here after I write my numbers. Yippee! Good work! Nautical theme? I guess I could have expanded aquatic to just be nautical. If nautical nonsense is something you wish. Asterium. Or astrium, not asterium. That's not right. But yay, congrats! Thank you for submitting. This is a very lovely design. I am quite a fan. Yippee! So, let's see. Let me look at my bingo real quick to see what transpired with my bingo and see if I have to update it. Well, you know, I did not explain the ladder test despite having done the ladder test earlier. No one was wearing thigh highs. There was no wing motif. We did have animal ears. No final score for 10. No ghost or spirit theme. No chibis. No sweater and skirt combo. No OSHA-approved ladders. No dragons. No... I don't think we had mesh or sheer fabric. No hoodies. This one the last one had a little of idle inspiration to the design, so I'd put that down. We had lots of ruffles. No mushrooms. So, all of you who bet against me, first of all, how dare you in the prediction, but second of all, you're right. I don't think this is in any way a bingo. You guys can argue that something may be a bingo, but I don't think I want a bingo, unfortunately. Nods, nods. If I make the hat permanent, I would say the pink bow on it should probably be the same green as the cape. Ah, for less distraction, maybe. Hope the model keeps the saturation. No, absolutely keep the saturation. That's part of what makes the color palette work, is the saturation. Does anyone contest any of the things I have either shaded in or not on this bingo? Because I think we're at the point where I can confidently say not bingo. Zombies are sometimes mushrooms. That's only, I think, in The Last of Us that mushrooms are zombies, and I don't believe that man would consider himself a mushroom. And I think it's all about how he would identify, and I don't think it's me, so no. It was about time I lost a Gamba. Man, if I Gamba'd against myself, I would lose. Oh, Thavio, thank you for following too. I appreciate it. I'm a little late on those. I feel like my Twitch overlay isn't keeping up with me for some reason. Peculiar. But, well... Oh, here, wait. I'll let that run because we'll do rating stuff after that. So, I will discuss with us what our plan for this week is. Oh, thank you for spinning me. I'll pay out our prediction. I'd imagine that almost all of you are just gonna get your money back. Because I don't think very... Oh, well, actually, 20% of you thought I might win. But there's not a lot of shrew money to go to everyone. So, did I win bingo? No. So, pretty much you're getting your money back with maybe a little bit of extra. Just a little bit of extra. I think there was 2K put in that said I would win bingo. Which, can you imagine if I won bingo? That would have been a lot of spores redistributed. And that's why you never know. Sometimes you gotta have faith in me. Yeah, Ririku said, but yes, there've been more to go around. Thank you. Very kind of you. 2 extra spores. That's so funny. Yeah, 10K went to 16 people, and I bet you just got back whatever you had and, like, maybe a handful more. Not a bad deal. You're still getting something out of that. Every little bit counts when you're saving, right? Veggie straw. So, what is going on for the rest of the week? I started stream by telling you, but I will end stream also by telling you. So, Wednesday, we're going to do Shrooms Giving. We're going to draw food to give each other and be thankful, because as what I said earlier, Thanksgiving is a bit of a sham holiday. It's kind of turned into commercialism 2.0 on top of Christmas, which is already commercialism 1.0. And it's also just entirely a lie, everything they tell you about it in school, pretty much. But we can still use it to be a time in the year where we can gather with family, which is sometimes a nice thing to do, and to be an opportunity to remember what we are thankful for. So, we are going to use stream on Wednesday, not Thursday. Thursday, I'm going to celebrate with my family. And I hope you will be celebrating with yours, if that is possible. But we're going to take Thursday to celebrate together. Because we can draw little dishes to share, and we can share what we are thankful for, and celebrate some of the wins we've gotten in the year, because I'm sure every single one of us has gotten at least one little win this year. And all those are worth celebrating. And I know that this time of the year can be hard, especially I know that there are a lot of us in the Shroom State who are queer fellas, who maybe, you know, in my experience, family can be a little bit tough in that kind of circumstance, also among other circumstances. Cough, the general state of U.S. is everything. So I know that the holidays can be stressful and maybe not fun, but we can have our own little celebration thing that can be something nice for the holidays. For the Shroom State. We get to have our own holiday because we're our own country. We're separate from all that nonsense. US kind of sucks right now. Yeah, it sucked for a little while, unfortunately. Don't cook Gary. No, we're not cooking Gary. No, we're gonna cook like pumpkin pie. I saw somebody say candy corn pizza. That's fine. If you want to bring candy corn pizza to the Shroom State Shroomsgiving celebration, that's fine. I'll approve of that. But no, don't cook my son. We're not eating him. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna cook because we're just gonna draw funny little food. But yeah, so I hope you guys will join me on Wednesday. But that'll be my only other stream for the week because I am celebrating with my family on Thursday, and then we have plans on Friday, which I said earlier, but then I'll be back fresh and new the following week. Tomorrow, I'm going to finish giving out all of the rest of the assignments for the Shroom State Secret Santa also. So do pay attention to whatever form of contact it was that you had given me for that. Keep an eye out. Because we're full steam ahead. We're gonna work hard on those. I'm starting mine as soon as possible. I don't even know who I was assigned yet though, but I'll find out once I actually pay attention to what's on my Excel spreadsheet. But, hello, I submitted. Perfect, thank you, Rex. I already had you in the form, Rex, anyway. I assigned you someone anyway, because I knew you were going to. But yay! Okay, so, on that note, I need to go get my dinner. I went over by 15 minutes, but that's okay. We had a good day today. I think everything worked out. Also, I did try new tags today, which did seem to not negatively impact us. I did, as some had suggested previously, put my pronouns in my tags. We'll see if that increases the amount that I am referred to as they, them, maybe. We'll see. It also did not incur any evil or wrath upon us, so maybe we're all right. We'll see. But keep an eye out anyway. But thank you all for hanging out today. YouTube, I can't send you anywhere, so thank you for hanging out, but I will shroom you later. Bye. And then Twitch fellas.